Huh?
Do you have them today? I mean, you not everybody's brought in. Yeah.
I think she's gonna work the window till 6.
Oh, okay.
Any phone calls or walk-ins or anything.
Okay. Well, I guess we need somebody to check the thing, see if anybody's signed up to speak. Hadn't seen her yet.
I thought she was gone. She was going to school this week.
So it's last week.
It's this week.
She's been here.
Okay. You win.
Well, it's time, but we're waiting on staff. Jessica, can you tell me if somebody's signed up to speak?
Are you speaking? Yes, ma'am. Greg Cooper? Okay, you're speaking as well?
Yes.
Teresa Cornelison? You're speaking as well?
Yes.
Mark Donahue?
Here.
You're not speaking, correct? Unless I need your consent. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, my name is Kayla Lane. I spoke at a city council meeting on August 16th regarding my harassment complaint against Godley ISD. Jason Jordan seemed very concerned about the events I described to him, and then Cass Calloway tells Jason Jordan that he will not investigate my complaint. I want to know why the city would be against investigating a harassment complaint. I was very concerned when I heard of Chief Jordan's resignation. He did a fine job and we miss him. I want to applaud council members Poppenfuss, Cornelison, and Thompson for their efforts in bringing these issues to light. I so appreciate the transparency. It's something that Godley School Board could learn from. I implore the city to do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Who was next, Jessica?
Oh, I'm sorry. Greg Cooper?
Good evening. My name is Greg Cooper. Today I'm here to talk about transparency, accountability, and how our system of government is intended to work. First, I want to thank the elected officials and city employees who have tried to be transparent and accountable. You're a great example of the process working as intended. We see the work you're trying to do. I sincerely apologize if I've been abrasive. It was never my intent. My intent has always been to stimulate accountable governance. That is what I see here tonight. If this applies to you, thank you. For some of you, and you know who you are, shame on you. Because some of you have not been transparent and seem to believe that you are above accountability. You are public servants, make no mistake about it. We know what you've done, and so does most of Godley, who remain silent simply out of fear of retaliation because it is what some of you do, exactly like the school district does. Your neighbors have trusted you to do what is right, to lead this city morally, without corruption, without favoritism, legally and honestly. Have situations been manipulated? Why? For profit? For status? To save face? Have you unilaterally determined that the image of Godley is more important than honest governance? Have prestigious positions within the city been promised to specific individuals who toe the line or back up bad decisions, even when you and they know it is wrong, effectively outsourcing your corruption and malfeasance? It sure looks that way. Have you placed your personal feelings for the town's elite, specific businesses, image of the city and school above doing what is right? I know for a fact people in this very room right now halted investigations into Godley ISD and Rich Deer. Remember those investigations? They involved the most innocent, our children, and their safety. If you have been paying attention, there was another incident, and right now it is currently ongoing. Let's talk accountability. I have 2 children. One of the hardest traits I try to instill in them is to do the right thing at the right time when no one is looking. To do the hard right when it is easier to do the easy wrong. Most of my life, I admit, I failed at that. I do not want my children to. Hopefully after this meeting tonight, we will all see accountability. Godley deserves that. Our system of governance is dependent on honesty and integrity, a sense of selflessness, not self-righteousness. Your actions and your inactions have serious consequences. Again, your actions and your inactions have serious consequences. For the city, the residents, the citizens who frequent it and conduct commerce in it, you're supposed to be the best of us. Are you? No. But tonight you can begin to choose to be better by your actions. I'm going to ask the City Council 2 questions. You can answer these questions. Your agenda, tonight's agenda, allows it. It says so right in it. On page 1, in the citizen appearances comment period, which we are in right now, states the following. I'm paraphrasing. Texas Open Meeting Act, city staff and city council members may only respond with statements of factual information, existing city policy, or to request an item be added to a city council agenda in the future. My 2 questions are, has the city council been provided with allegations that Attorney Cass Calloway and City Administrator David Wallace compromised investigations into Godley ISD regarding the safety of children and mandatory reporting requirements? A yes or no question you can answer factually. Question 2, who is the certified school resource officer providing a safe school environment to Godley ISD since Godley police employee Dusty Ford departed? The memorandum of understanding mandates this, which Godley Police Department employee is currently certified as a school resource officer. Who is it? Both questions only require a yes or no factual response, and you can provide that answer right here, right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Time's up.
Things are not right in City Hall, so I am requesting this meeting to all be in public. Cass and David, they have told the Godley PD to target my family. I think they should be let go for this. The Carroll subdivision slid in due to David and Cass not knowing the subdivision rules, so they say. Therefore, all new subdivisions need to be halted until we get a competent attorney and we fix the existing infrastructure. And the grievances filed lately with the PD, it all came after Jason's problems. These guys that are cops that are doing the grievances, I hope you know that they're going to follow you when you leave Godley PD if you don't think they're petty grievances. And I would like to know, like James Cook, I believe he's David's best friend. He won't have a job if David's gone. And I want to know if P3 Works LLC is owned by Cass Calloway. And if this damaging about Michael was so bad, why were the cops laughing about it and taking 2 months to file a grievance about a bag of dicks? You know, it's funny. It wasn't a bag of pigs. It was a joke. It was funny, and they shouldn't be that freaking sensitive. I am done. I hope y'all do the right thing and fire this guy.
Thank you. All right. We have any department reports tonight?
Good afternoon. Let's see, our November numbers, shoot times averaged 49 seconds for the month. Dispatch on scene time, 8 minutes, 13 seconds. Mutual aid was given by us twice, received once. 100 calls to service were fielded, 66 on the EMS side and 34 on the fire side. The new MSA G1 air packs, the SCBAs have been placed in service. There are 16 total of them. We did a mask fit test on them, and we had to send 4 of them off to be replaced. We haven't received the new sizes in yet, but we've been able to cover with the older packs we've got. These are the ones that replaced the almost 21-year-old packs that we had. But, let's see what else. Personnel, we remain right now at 20 10 TCFP commissioned. 4 more are working on testing. 2 more expressed interest in the Spring Academy that we, or in the past, have been able to do a partnership with Cisco Fire Department. The county has also given all fire personnel, they've paid for employee assistance program for all firefighters in the county. We submitted our spreadsheet and they gave us the go on that. That's all I have on the department report. Thank you.
Our police department, we had 177 traffic violations, 107 of those were citations, 70 warnings. We had 139 calls for the month of November, 7 accidents, 10 ACO and patrols, 12 assist other agencies, 2 burglaries, 17 code, 2 drug offenses, resulted in 1 felony, 1 misdemeanor, 3 forgeries, 13 follow-up, 1 sexual assault, 1 sex offender registration, 12 suspicious vehicles or persons, 3 thefts, resulting in 2 arrests, both those being felons.
You said sexual assault?
Yes, sir, sexual assault.
Was that at the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ma'am, did you sign up to speak? You're standing up. Did I miss you? Okay.
So the counts are extremely low compared to last month. Is there some sort of difference in that?
When it comes to calls or traffic?
Like the traffic offenses last month, you had 258, where 139 were warnings and traffic citations were 119. So there's a difference of 81 from last month and this month, and then the warnings, a difference of 69 and citations 12. So is there like lack of force or?
We're in the process of hiring more officers. I got 2 hired on. I actually have 1 officer leaving, going to take a full-time spot somewhere else. So they're not going to do much when they're leaving. They're actually next week's their last week. So that's an issue as well. It's the holidays, so we kind of relax on running traffic as much since it's the holidays.
SRO program.
We actually hired an SRO officer, Mr. Quinteros. We're in the process, we got his fingerprints, medical, everything done today, his uniforms. Talking to the school, they start dates January 9th.
Finish. For the month of November, had 66 line locates, 1 meter replaced due to damage. The sewer main out on 171 between Del Norte, just past County Road 1128, and up 1128 was having drainage issues. We used our jet machine to clear the issue. The jet machine helped out but did not fix the problem. I had a crew come out and camera the sewer main to find the issue. The camera reported that there was a large amount of grease, debris, rocks, trash, rags, and a clean out lid wedged inside the main. So when it rained heavy, the water coming down the main was getting stopped by all these things, causing the backup in the manholes. So we had to dig up the line on 1128 where the drainage block was there, get it out of there. And as of now, all the lines are flowing fine. We will have to go back, do a partial sewer main repair at the creek right next to Del Norte because the line is steel and it's corroded real bad and has corrosion and there's a lot of buildup, so it's a small hole for the water trying to go through. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I accept the motion for approval of the council meetings, previous meeting, and the department reports.
I make that motion.
Now, I have an issue for the last meeting. It states.
We need to vote on that one.
Oh, okay.
All in favor?
Wait, what are we voting on?
Approving.
Approving the consent agenda and the minutes.
But she has a question?
Yeah, I have a question about
Yeah,
the
we're
agenda
supposed to deliberate.
from the last meeting. Because on D, where it says that Jan Whitehand motioned to keep Cantrell as acting interim police chief, Jennifer Thompson seconded the motion carries 3-1-1, that's not true. I was against it. Yeah, so that's not true.
Okay, so what is it exactly?
On D of the last agenda, I'm not sure who seconded it.
We have a motion to approve the agenda and the consent agenda. And
On the consent agenda, she's pulling that item for review. So you can vote, the motion is to vote on the consent agenda, she can pull that one off, and then you can vote on the rest of them.
Okay, but it's
But
not
you
from
still
this,
need to have discussion on that
it's
one.
not from this consent agenda, it's from the previous meeting, right?
Well, no, Mayor, the approval of the minutes is exactly the issue she's bringing forth to you. The minutes that were created, she's saying that there was an error, was a typo in the minutes.
Okay. So,
We can vote on doing it, and if it passes, fine. If it fails, then re-vote again on her exception to the one thing and approve the other part.
Do we have a recording of the meeting? Yes.
Not that one.
Not that one, okay. Council members, who remembers that vote? Does anybody remember?
I think it was Mary Ann that seconded it. She did vote against it.
That would make sense, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because you wouldn't have seconded the motion if you were opposing the motion, right? Right, so I think it should read, if Jan's correct, it should read the same number, but the second would be Mary Ann instead of,
so that would be the correction.
I mean, you guys would need to agree on
Well, it
that.
says
right?
3-1-1. Would it be 3-2?
Correct, yes, correct.
Okay.
You and your
Well,
math. Yeah.
I'm in degree.
Sorry, it's not my strong. And so you could approve the minutes with that edit. Councilman, if you want to say we want to approve the minutes with the edit of, then the council would need to vote as to that correction.
Okay, so I will put in a motion to approve with the edit of Jan Whitehead motioning to keep Cantrell as acting interim police chief and Mary Ann seconding the motion. I guess motion carries 3-2. Oh, 3-2.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Michael, were you for that or?
That's good. Sorry, I was listening to the recording.
All right. We have public hearings. The first one is from Christina K. Chambliss regarding her property located at 209 North Highway 171 to change the zoning of the property from residential single-family to commercial retail. You can speak from back there if you're comfortable, but if you
Just
want.
requesting a zoning change for 209 North Highway 171 from residential to commercial.
On your application, it says it's going to be a food, are you the one with the food truck parking?
Food truck park, yes, sir.
Okay. What are you gonna put out there? I know food trucks, but what are you gonna do to the lot? What are you gonna do? How are they gonna get in and out? Is it gonna be grass, gravel, pavement, asphalt?
It's gonna be, flood space and millings. Parking will be all down this side. We're gonna have picnic tables for people to eat and whatnot. A dog park will be on one side, a small little stage for live music.
What's on your side of me right now?
One side is a vacant commercial lot, and the other side is a, vacant residential lot with a small trailer on it currently.
How much parking are you going to have available, and will you be doing any sort of special events there?
We will be doing special events, anything from cornhole tournaments to yoga to, sports watching parties, stuff like that. As far as parking, there's probably about 15 spaces along the side, about 8 in the front, and then we're working with the gentleman that owns the lot next to us for any sort of overflow parking.
How large is this property?
I have to
How many food trucks you think you'll put in there at a time, or the most at any one time?
4.
Are they going to be stationed, or will you have different ones at different times?
Most likely there'll be different ones coming in. Some of them can stay, they will have to move to go and do their clean outs and all that stuff. We won't provide any of that.
Okay. Are you going to pull trucks like here locally, or are you going to pull them from
All
other?
around, locally, Fort Worth, wherever. Yeah, we hope to have a whole variety.
If you have a big event, like right now, about it, when the Del Norte takes off, people park across the street. Have you envisioned anything like that happen needed, or is that gonna be a problem?
I don't think that would be anything to that scale, no.
Okay.
And we do have a lot of food trucks currently coming in.
Yeah.
And apparently there's a big market for them because they keep coming.
It's cheaper than building a building. Any kind of sanitation gonna go there?
Do what?
Any kind of sanitation gonna be put out there for the people that show up for your events?
We will utilize, there's a house on the property, and we are going to put a door on the outside of the restroom. I will use this.
If there's no other discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
No,
No,
Greg, this is
close
public hearing only. We're not voting to approve the zoning change.
Oh,
It's just the public hearing for the comment portion.
oh, okay, just a public hearing. Okay, possible action, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Item B, discussion and possible action authorizing city staff to engage the professional services of P3.
We've got one more public hearing in B.
B.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a section. Let me go back and mark the correct one as completed. Public hearing, hear from the citizens and community on a request from Barbara Gay Giles Barisi regarding her property located at 213 North Highway 171 to change the zoning of the property from residential single-family to commercial retail.
Hi, I'm Robert Morrissey, Barbara's my wife. We'd just like to change it over. Actually, we always thought that it was already commercial. It was just that they were waiting for somebody to move out, and we did. So, yeah, we always thought it was set up for that, and I guess it wasn't. But, yeah, we'd like to have it changed from residential to commercial.
Any questions from council?
What kind of commercial are you gonna put in there?
Well, we're not going to do anything. We're going to sell it to Johnny Horton, we're hoping, and he might be able to tell you what his plans are.
Dr. Ross, I've had some plans drawn up, it's just 2-unit retail,
hair salon for my daughter and another rental unit on it. There's just 2 different parking options. They're about 1,300 square feet apiece. Each will have 1 bathroom. I didn't draw like a middle wall in there, but you can just divide it in half.
Oh, okay.
Then you get one. These are different. You didn't get one of the first ones you got?
Where's which one's
It's next to-
213?
Next to the food truck park.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, as you can see, I don't know which option will be approved. I prefer the straight parking option, but I had to draw by the engineer. You got one more there? Yeah.
They're all down there at the end.
Well, but, it'll just be, one will be a hair salon, the other will be, I'll just rent it to whatever. They're only 1,300 square foot. I had them engineered, and he said that's the number of parking spots allowed for the building size and everything. So, I plan for all mine to be concrete. Gotten with the state, I know I'm only gonna be allowed 1 driveway by the state, which is drawn in there. This is like a shared driveway. There's homes back behind there and another house to the other side. I don't know, but I won't be able to keep people out, but I will try to direct them into my driveway. Okay. So that's also just a public hearing, David?
Yes, sir.
All right. Discussion and action items. Item A. Discuss possible action on adopting ordinance number 1206, 2022, ETJ CRN, accepting into the city of Godley's extraterritorial jurisdiction a parcel of land, 214.851 acres, by petition from Daniel Morgan for his Cornerstone development project.
Hello, Jimmy. Excuse me. We're petitioning at the moment the project, I guess annexing the ETJ only, 215 acres or approximately thereof. I'm actually representing the engineer of the project, and the project is going to be 2 1 acre lots, and we're going to end up with probably a mix of around 150, but we're going to try to push that a little bit farther as we can. But there's some of the gas pipelines out there and ponds that we have a broken out of it. Our density is going to fall off quite a bit.
And this would all be in our ETJ?
Yes.
And Glenn's not here.
You got anything showing that it's gonna stay 2 acres and 1 acre lots and not gonna be turned into apartments or turned into,
We cannot.
why not?
Anything but that. We can't do it because we've got public water supply, but we do not have any sanitary sewer. The maximum development that we can do is a minimum of 1 acre lot. We have appropriate regulations. But again, because of the amount of pipelines that go across the property, we're just not gonna have any choice. Because they're so consumed with pipelines that, we've actually got 6 pipelines around across the property.
Yeah. How does that affect, if he's in IETJ, what does that affect the property next to his property? And does it affect it at all?
No. It'd be like the property we already have that's in the ETJ. They're just in our ETJ.
I think it's about a half mile south of there, Lee Ridge. It's pretty much the same thing.
Where is this?
What's the farm market right here? I can't remember.
Looks like 1128.
1128. 1128. 1128.
So I see a web map. Do you guys have any kind of like forecasted blueprint to show us what you're going to do with this land?
Well, single family. Development, they're single family.
Okay.
And Councilman Thompson, the EPA request is the first step. They have to come back with their plans for your approval of later.
Okay.
Anyone want to take action on this?
I make a motion that we act to adopt ordinance number 1206, 2022 ETJ CRN, accepting into the city of Godley's ETJ a parcel of land petitioned by Daniel Morgan for his Cornerstone Development Project.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries.
I abstain on that one. Abstain. Not against it, just don't like voting for it.
Oh, I thought you didn't like little lots, and I thought this was appealed to.
No, this looks pretty
1 and
good.
2 acre lots.
This looks pretty good. I agree, but just, I'm not against this at all, but.
What road is this on?
I think you said 1128.
Oh, okay.
All right. Item B, discussion and possible action authorizing city staff to engage the professional services of P3 Works LLC to provide consultant and project management assistance in the creation of a public improvement district for the River Hills Residential Development Project.
Mayor, this is a project that we've been working on for, I think, about 9 months now. We've had 2 requests from 2 different residential developers that want to create a PID, which is a public improvement district. A PID is a similar structure to a MUD, but it's better. And the reason it's better is it gives the city a lot more control over the development itself. You guys as the council went through the MUDs, and it was a challenging experience, yeah. And so we have kind of put a position forth from a strategy standpoint not to promote MUDs, but to try to come up with smarter path forward where we have control. The city has control of the development. The cool thing about the PID is that it's funded through its own taxation, so the city's burden in terms of the cost of it are quite less than us developing it ourselves or contributing in a big type situation. The other good news is that all of the expenses and costs of the PID flow through to the people who purchase the homes instead of specifically the city, and the city would still have the ability to collect taxes. With the PID, we have not done one before, and so we consulted with other cities and said, hey, what did you guys do? And they all said, hey, we used a company, a consultant. And so we researched the consultants, and the one that does most of them all that we talked to was this company here called P3 Works. We had a conference call with Mary Petty, who is their chief person that does all of their initial contacts with cities, and had a really good, productive conversation with her. And she also had some great ideas for us on how to minimize costs and how to have good control of the project and try to promote good quality homes and good infrastructure and all of that, that would all benefit the city. And she laid out for us a path forward to make it happen for any time somebody comes to the city and says we want to fit, so that we're ready to kind of take action when they do contact us. I do not own P3 Works. I wish I did. They gross probably over $2 or $3 million a year in consultancy fees and otherwise. because they're so well respected and they have such a grasp of the issues that are involved in the creation of it. We like them very much because they do all of the work. We're very busy, and a PID requires a lot of administrative tasks, and the tasking of the development standards, the taxation issues, the accounting for the taxation, all that administrative stuff gets passed on from the city to MV Groups. So it's awesome. And they would manage that over a long period of time. And they do that for a lot of cities. In your packets, I sent you guys the PID 101 that tells you more details about the PID, but it also talks about the process. And I sent over to you as well a kind of statement of qualifications and otherwise. Our hope is that we would like to engage them and have them on deck and have everything executed in probably within a month or two, because we do have one PID that is coming around the corner in the new year, and we'd like to be able to engage and do that at that time. As I said, we've never done one of these before, and so having somebody that has done before and does it very well and is well respected in the community is a good choice. Staff recommendation is to authorize staff to engage with them and to come back with a contract for your approval and for you guys to be able to engage your services, and you don't have any long for that. And our hope is that we have a long-term relationship with them with any PID that came into town, and that they would manage the run of the work. As I said before, their fees and otherwise on a large part of the project would flow through back to the project and not to the city. So, any questions?
Do any of our local, Venus, Alvarado, all of them, do any of those guys use this?
I'm not sure if Venus or Alvarado didn't have any PIDs yet. I think they've done mostly MUDs, and then they've had a ton of annexation. I'm not aware of any other PIDs. I know the city of Fort Worth does thousands of PIDs. They've got a whole bunch of them. And I know north of town, when they built all the stuff north of Fort Worth, when they did the speedway and all that, so there's PIDs that were up there as well. On the southern side, for some reason, I don't know why it is, but we've had a lot more MUDs down there.
Burleson has several PID projects.
Yeah, and Burleson, I would guess they would, yeah.
So I know you said that the people that come in and build the houses are going to be more so responsible of the fees, right?
I'm sorry, what?
The people that come in and build houses are going to be responsible of the fees? Is that what you were saying?
They aren't going to pay them. It flows through to the people that purchase the homes.
Okay, and so what is this going to cost for us?
If we're engaging them for a specific project, it wouldn't cost us anything. If we're engaging them on our own, without a project associated with, we have fees, and they would let us know what those are in a contract.
Okay.
Our hope is to only do it if it's attached to a project.
And how long are you guys suggesting to do the contract for?
It's a management contract, so it would be ongoing until the PID is paid out, all the taxes are done, and that's a long-term thing. So it could be for a great deal of time.
Can you throw out a number, maybe?
Depends on how they set it up, and it can go
Okay.
to 20 years.
Okay.
And they manage it. What I mean by manage is every year when taxes get paid, they do all the accounting of it, they send the notices out, they make sure that all of the infrastructure and the debt that's from that infrastructure gets paid back, all of that. It would be an incredibly burdensome thing for city staff to do that on a management. When I talked to Alita, they had a PID that they just recently signed up this summer, and they said they were going to try to do it internally, and then they did some feasibility studies of it. They said it was a disaster, and they said, we hired them in a heartbeat because we just knew we couldn't handle all that. And like I said, they're pervasive. They're in most PIDs in this area, all the way to the other side of Dallas, all over here. They do all of them. They're very well known.
I make the motion to authorize city staff to engage the professional services of the P3 Works LLC.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries.
Where is the River Hills residential development?
It's in two places. DW, you have to tell me.
One is just south of town on 2331. As you go through the curve and head downtown. The other portion of their property is on 171, the old James Wallace place. It's up in the area.
Okay. David, I believe we need to go into executive session for the next several items, is that correct?
No, I think Cass was going to address those.
We have received several complaints. They're included, council. I hope you have reviewed your packet. Complaints against a council member. We've not ever had that happen before. And so it's kind of new territory for us. So we submitted them to you guys. We complicated it to you guys for consideration and for action. In my mind, the options are to do nothing is one option, right? You can just simply disregard the complaints. The second option would be to ask for somebody besides city staff, meaning besides somebody internal, have somebody external come in and do an investigation into the complaints, and then come up with a solution or a recommendation to council. The third option is to address the complaints tonight and go through all of that. But I would advise the council not to do that because we just got the complaints on Friday and Thursday of last week. And so I don't think that from a due process fairness standpoint would give the council member enough time to defend against those to be able to present a defense. And I think that if the council were to act tonight, I think that would be an unfair thing to do without any kind of opportunity to be heard and for there to be a defense, because we just got them last week. So those are kind of the three options. And obviously the city staff are making no recommendations to that. I would give the advice on the third one because I think that's a fairness and due process. And if you do choose the second option, which is to seek out an outside party, the motion would be to authorize city staff to do that. And then I would request that there be some council guidance in terms of a budget. If we're going to retain a law firm or we're going to retain some kind of retired council member to do an investigation or something like that, I would want to not have it open-ended for a long period of time or to be super expensive or essentially create a limit.
So would your recommended action be to table this to another time?
Well, as I was
Makes
saying,
it-
there's three options. You do nothing, like you said, just table it, and then you have to come back and deal with it later. You have the option of authorizing there to be an investigation, and I would highly recommend it be outside of the city, right? Have it be somebody third party that is independent. The last option is to act on it tonight, but as I said, I'm really advising.
Am I allowed to ask questions about this?
You just did.
Okay, so the event was on October 8th, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, I don't know.
Yep.
Okay, so the complaint
You mean
is,
the event that allegedly where this occurred?
yes.
It was at that big festival, remember we closed the
Right,
street?
and each one has the October 8th date. So I essentially would say that October 8th was the date of the event where the infraction occurred. So I have one that was submitted November 30th, one that was December 1st, and then I have one without a date. So the one without a date, when was it turned in?
You don't know.
So,
And I think you have another one too that was emailed, but it did not get included.
and when was that one turned in?
I can just tell you when I got them, unless it's dated, I don't know, but they submitted those all to the city administrator, so I should have those emails. Hold on.
My question is, why wait for a month? When we had a meeting, we could have brought this up to the last meeting. The second thing is, well, we'll get over that when we get this blue folder, but is this 3 people, 4 people now? Is this a concerted effort? But I'd like to have this, I don't know. It just seems like this was so important, it would have came up last meeting, and that would have been a great thing, instead of waiting for another opportunity, waiting another month.
I don't think we had the complaints then. We had.
Well, I know, but
we knew that it had happened, but there was nothing we could do.
Okay, so I already have his. And then I have, I can never say his name, but Jeremy's, and it doesn't have a date. And then I have,
I think that one was sent on Friday, December 2nd. I have the email, the original email. So that one was December 2nd.
okay, and so here's my issue. The event was on October 8th, okay? I have a November 30th, I have a December 1st, and I have a December 2nd. How ironic that 3 people turn in complaints days apart on an event that was 2 months ago.
And then the last one I was saying, it came in on Thursday, December 1st.
So there again, you have 4. So, I mean,
Were some of these waiting on people to get attorneys?
it
to
doesn't
represent
matter.
them?
If you're
Email came in, but he
offended,
didn't
in the handbook,
put it
it
in the meeting.
states
Came
you
in
need
late.
to go to your supervisor at that time and put in your complaint.
The handbook?
Yes, and that is on the agenda too, so we'll get
Legal
there whenever we do.
representation takes a bit to get a hold of.
Do what?
Legal representation takes time to secure.
But was it even acknowledged at that time?
There's no statute of limitation on who can bring up sexual harassment.
Okay, so I find it ironic that legal representation got back to each of these people days apart. I mean,
Are you questioning whether or not it happened, or you're questioning
I'm not
why
questioning
the
it
timing for-
happened, but I'm questioning why all 3 of these 4 turned in their complaints after Michael Pattenfuss has done all of his homework concerning the issues that we're here tonight about. Now, all of a sudden, there's complaints on the agenda stating that he's, I guess, sexually harassed, I guess, is that the wording? I'm not quite sure what the wording is. But, okay, let's back up. I sat down with the same officers because there were other complaints. I had the meeting. None of this was ever brought up. Now, Cook, I can validate because he did bring it up. It was a concern of his. So I can validate that. Now, these 2 others, I cannot validate because, I mean, it's like, hey, how about this? It almost looks like an organized thing.
It sounds like there's that you guys already have an idea of whether or not something may or may not have happened without any sort of investigation. I mean, if you're-
Does the timing of when things were submitted take away from the fact that it did or didn't happen? And is sexual harassment allowed?
Well, no, but I mean, if you are sexually harassed, then you're going to put in a complaint at that time.
That's not.
That's
Not
not
necessarily.
required. No.
Not necessarily.
Not at all.
Not at all.
We're talking about people acquiring attorneys,
In fact,
and
there are a
that
lot of
takes a long
laws
time.
about that.
Okay, but we are also talking about letters that are days apart. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
What is the relevance?
It looks organized.
Do they all have the same attorney?
I have no idea. I have no idea. It just looks organized to me. Not saying it did or did not happen. I don't want to.
So what if it was organized? Does that take from what happened?
I mean, yeah, because it's
And I'm
almost
not
like it's
saying it was.
retaliation.
I'm not saying it was, I'm just saying whether it was or wasn't, Sexual harassment is illegal.
The fact that we're
Okay.
focused on the timing instead of the actual.
We're getting a
act
little,
is concerning.
we're getting a little carried away with this dialogue here. I think we need to take action.
I put in a motion to table this until further information is given.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to table this to a future date. Do we have more information? Is that correct? All in favor? Opposed? Well, 2-2 and 1 abstention.
Well, I can't vote, it's about me.
I think we need to take action, so I'm going to oppose her. I think we need to take action, so I vote with these two.
I make a motion.
We have to decide what we're going to do, yeah.
I make a motion that we go with number 2 and bring in an outside person to do an investigation.
Yeah, I think it would have to be an outside person to do the investigation. Anything that we determine that we need to investigate.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Opposed? A tie again? I vote aye, so we will so the motion carries. Chan's motion carries.
Question, is that for all 3 of the items, or just one of the items?
All 3.
Okay, item F. Review of human resource, city and police department's policy, SOP, SOG procedures pertaining to investigation of complaints, administrative leave, personnel responsible for completing these tasks, and, well, any other items wanting to be discussed by a council member. Michael?
I make a motion to remove items F through L on Monday, 11/28/2022 at 2:35 p.m. I sent the following email. I will be sending you, the city attorney, city secretary, and mayor an updated list of my agenda items to further clarify each one and make them more actionable later this afternoon. On Tuesday, 11/29/2022 at 6:10 p.m. I sent items N through Y to replace items F through L.
Can you turn your microphone on, please? I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
So you wish to delete items F through L?
If it's red, it's on.
So,
I make a motion to remove items F through L on Monday, 11/28/2022 at 2:35 p.m. I sent the following. I will be sending you, the city attorney, the city secretary, and the mayor, an updated list on my agenda items to further clarify each one and make them more actionable later this afternoon. On Tuesday, 11/29/2022 at 6:10 p.m., I sent items M through Y to replace items F through L. Y.
do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Deleting those items? Did you vote?
Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah, I voted for it.
Okay. Motion carries. So items F through L are stricken from discussion and action items. Item M, review and discuss the applicants of the steering committee, committee member roles and responsibilities, first meeting date, time and location, and other related details. Direct staff as necessary.
So I requested items M through R to be on a council workshop so we could just discuss the items without voting. This was to combine some of the duplicates listed later on and make the meeting run smoother. Since a workshop is not listed on the agenda, some of these can be skipped as they will have the proper verbiage to vote on them later on in the agenda. So item M is an action item as item S.
Right, I noted that there were several of them that were duplicates, and I wondered about that. So would you repeat your motion again, everybody listening?
I did not make a motion. I requested those. For some reason, our agenda is 6 hours long. Instead of combining these issues like usual, everything that was placed in layman's terms was placed on our agenda instead of being legally put on there. So if you would like to review and discuss all these and then take action later, that's fine, but we're just going to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
So you don't want to remove them, you just want to ignore them?
No, I don't want to ignore them. We can review and discuss. It was supposed to be in a workshop agenda, so that way we could discuss them and breeze through our agenda. But that did not happen. They got placed as agenda items. So you have a review and discuss about the steering committee. And then item S is discussion and possible action on the steering committee.
Okay.
So remove items F through L. And I requested that items M through R to be in a council workshop. That did not happen. So they got placed as regular agenda items. But they are not actionable because they are review and discuss, not discussion and possible action, as has been as far as I've been on council, the way we write our agendas. So we can go through them all.
You can have agenda items that are non-voting items. Like you could say, talk about projects for the next year, whatever. Those can be discussion items. It doesn't have to be something that you vote on every single item. The council has that ability to have anything on the agenda if they want to discuss it.
I understand that,
Just like we have
but
public
there's
hearings.
action items later on for some of
I'm just
these.
saying, it is absolutely a legal thing to have on the agenda discussion.
So you would prefer to put these in to have a meeting, a workshop for these items?
That was my intent whenever I sent that email, but it was not done, so now we have
We've
a,
never done a workshop, so if the council wants to do a workshop, set one up and put these items on it. That's perfectly acceptable. We just never done one. I don't remember, we've never had we've done a bunch of workshops like that. We've never done some city councils do like a 3-hour meeting before they have their actual meeting. They'll go in like in the afternoon, so you guys can come here like at, 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock. And then from 2 o'clock until, say 4:30, you can workshop all of the issues. And then you can have a meeting at 5 o'clock. A lot of city councils do. I mean,
let's just go down the list and we'll just duplicate them later. And then we'll take action then.
Go down the list. You mean just read each one of them separately and,
Well, I mean, we'll just do item M, and then we'll review and discuss that. We'll do item N, review and discuss that. And then whenever it comes to the action items later on in the agenda, we'll just take action then. So did we need to review the list of who's gonna be on the steering committee? Do we have a list for that?
I have not heard back from most everybody yet on their selection. I've got y'all's 2 selections. And we've got the representative for the building committee, excuse me, the building association. And other than that, we kind of held off to see what the purpose of this agenda item was. If we were changing anything, making additions or deletions, or what the preference was for moving forward on it. As far as the first meeting, we're not in time crunch yet. The first meeting is probably not forecast until about the 3rd week of January. They're still in their initial economic development review, doing all the economic factors analysis. Then we get that done before we get the steering committee in place, so that material is presented to them the first time it meets.
Okay, so who applied out of the ETJs to be on this committee?
Well, Roger had selected Kayla Lane, right? His rep, and then Julie Easton.
And those were the only 2 that applied?
That's the only 2 that I recall coming in.
Because last meeting you said, I believe there was 4.
Yes, there were 2 others that had expressed, in fact, I think earlier. But I have not spoken to them since then, so I don't know if they're still going to be interested or not.
So at what point will we contact these people so we can start this steering committee?
At any point. I think the more crucial selection is going to be members from the rest of the council to get that portion finished.
So 2 have, and the other 4 are still waiting to do that?
Well, I assume they're still investigating who the people will be.
I just want to clarify how many have done it. I understand they're still looking, that's great. But how many have? 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
hope it's not out 3 days this time.
So, you submitted yours.
Just a dimmer switch.
Me and you, and the other, no one else has yet.
Do y'all know who you want to be on the steering committee? Can we decide that if you do?
I don't have anybody on hand that I can think of.
They'll have to be contacted and see if they're willing to do it before we can give a name.
I've talked to 2 or 3 people and have gotten some maybes, but nobody that would commit.
So do we want to set a date in the near future that those are required to be in so we can get this committee formed?
Let's just do the January meeting. That'll still give us roughly 3 weeks between the approval of the steering committee and first meeting with the consultant.
That would be the 3rd.
Yeah, or we could look at the 26th of December. That's right after Christmas. And that's 3 weeks to finish it up.
Now, is there some way that we can kind of advertise this to kind of get some people that are willing and wanting to do this?
Well, there will be. The steering committee is not the only opportunity to participate in the process. The steering committee is the more stable body that follows everything through. There's going to be several opportunities where the steering committee and the public at large will come in and look at the status of the research, look at the SWOT analysis that's been done to give different types of testimony or evidence on each stage of the plan itself. So there's lots and lots of community feedback opportunities. It's just the steering committee is the one body that sort of shepherds this process all the way through.
Right, but we don't know every resident that lives in the city, like personally. So, I mean, you guys are asking us personally if we have somebody that we want on the committee, is that correct? And if not, then I'd like to give like equal opportunity for other citizens, even though they're not, you know, related or friends or something with one of the council members. So is there a way that we can advertise, hey, would you like to be part of the steering committee? This is what it is, here's what you'll do, yada, yada, yada.
Well, you can advertise your own, that you're opening up your selection on the committee. If you want to take applicants, essentially, for interested people, then you can just solicit that yourself.
Okay.
If you don't have somebody in mind. So can we get this done by 12/26? You think that's enough time?
12/26 is a Monday. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Well, 27th.
27th.
Can we wrap it up by then?
Let's just make that our goal. I mean, let's just make that our goal. If we don't reach it, then we can push it to the 3rd.
Okay. So 12/27 to get your names in, and then absolute cutoff is, so we can start moving forward, is the 3rd.
Okay.
That works.
Okay. Is that good for you, Mike? Is that,
Yeah, that's just review and discuss. We have to take action on it later.
yeah. No, I meant what we've decided to do.
No.
Okay. Item N, review and discuss any planned or future projects at the Godley City Park.
Are there any planned or future projects as we exponentially grow? We replaced everything but the structure, the play structure. I'd like to see that eventually replaced sooner rather than
I
later.
think we did some work on the play structure, didn't we? At the park?
Okay, are you talking about the swing set or the other climbing thing?
The actual play structure, the climbing
Climbing
thing.
things, the slides.
We have, the only other thing that I would like to see, just as a personal goal, is those sunshades that cover up the playground. Other than that, we talked about as part of the previous project discussion, the paving for additional parking on the south end. Other than that, there's no other projects we're contemplating.
Yeah, I think any big project would need to be in another city park. I think that one, you know, more play areas and such as that, because we've got the basketball courts, we've got the roller in the meeting. We've got some area there, but it's something that we allow people to use for some of those special events.
Are you advocating using up some of the green space as well, or just replacing the existing?
I mean, there's multiple options. We can keep what we have. We can keep what we have and add to it and fix what's there. All the bolts that are missing, the handholds that are missing around the slides. Or we can look at completely tearing that out and buying a big one, like what most cities have nowadays. On average, there's probably a dozen kids up there every single time I take my kids. They kind of overrun that little play structure.
I haven't been up there in a while, but if there is bolts and handrails and stuff missing, we definitely need to be getting that fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree.
You're talking about one of those wood structures that they have in a lot of parks?
I mean, you can do wood, you can do the composite, the plastic. I mean, it's a big chunk of change.
Yeah, it gets a lot of use every time I drive by, there's somebody there.
The extension to the driveway at the south end, that's what the double rock is gonna do, right? When they do, okay.
Inside out city limits, which I really don't know what it looks like now. Is there room for another park that we can purchase and make a bigger area, another area for a park, for city park?
I don't know if I caught the first one.
And, you know, I don't know exactly what size our city looks now, the city limits.
We would
Is
just
there
have
area?
to sit down and get some property out there. It's probably more feasible from the city's perspective that we acquire park space from developers that come in.
Yep.
Than to go out there and just flat out buy the property and take it over.
Is there programs out there to get money to do that? No, we're not spending our money, but we're spending donated money, government money, or whatever.
There is
some of the grants.
There is some parks funding that comes from the state's office, state Parks and Wildlife Division. It's wildly competitive, like all grant programs. You know, you sort of go into any of those grant programs. You go in with kind of maybe we'll get lucky, maybe we probably won't. I wouldn't use it as your primary approach. You know, if we're going to commit to a project, let's build a park, and if we get lucky and get grant money along the way, then that will supplement. But otherwise, you know, we would just commit to paying for it out of pocket. You know, if we're not acquiring one from a developer as part of their project.
It seems that some of the builders that we've had in here in the past have had plans for some park areas for their residents.
I don't remember any actual parks. I remember green spaces and maybe a soccer field or something, but I don't remember actual parks.
Hadley Farms has a park and a splash pad.
Okay.
Yeah. But I was thinking a couple of the other ones had some green spaces and maybe some areas.
Star Ranch has one, we use that one whenever we go walking. I'd also like to discuss putting a fence around the perimeter of the play area to keep our little ones contained within the confines. As we grow, we're gonna see more traffic on 917. It's our duty to safeguard those children from running out in the road.
So just the play area, is that what you're saying?
The play area, the concrete around it, or include some of the benches, which, by the way, the benches look great.
Actually, when we did the park originally, that was one of the items we discussed was this fencing, and we held off on it just to manageable. But we left the existing bar, pop fence that's in there now to ensure vehicles won't pop up in there. I think it's a valid issue.
Just something to think about. No action needed.
That's a good idea. I think you're absolutely right, because even though there's somebody down there watching those kids, I've seen, you know, a lot of parents with kids there, but you still just don't know when one of them's gonna miss a ball and run after it.
Oh yeah, they dart out and seen a couple close calls.
We're ready to move to the next item? Or did anybody have anything additional on that? So, review and discuss, this looks like a pretty big deal here. City of Godley Employees Handbook, Godley Police Department Handbook, Godley Fire Department Handbook, and potential updates to those documents. I'm not very well versed in any of that stuff.
It mainly has to do with some of the stuff in the folder and item V, which we will discuss later on.
I do have a question. Has every city employee seen this handbook?
Should have, as far as I know, yes.
Okay, so 100% of the people that I spoke to didn't even know we had a handbook. So, in the back of this handbook, there is actually a page. Let me get it. And it's acknowledge of receipts. How many of these are signed and put in the folders, like the personnel folders?
I have these. So if there's some missing from the departments, then it's probably a conversation with the department heads that they need to go over those and make them available.
So the handbook is a very serious item. How often do you guys audit that information in those files to ensure that everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing at the city of Godley?
It's only on occasion.
Okay, so do you guys have like big meetings to go over these things, or how are you making sure that everybody's on point as far as what they're supposed to be doing?
No, it typically comes up on a case-by-case basis if a question arises. Since
Okay.
we haven't traditionally seen a whole lot of employee turnover, it's been pretty stable. So once they've gone over it once, and even if they say they don't have access to a copy of it, or they've signed for a copy of it, nothing's changed. I don't think our employee handbook's been updated since 2017.
And that was adopted into the minutes, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Now, with the issues that we're having as far as sexual harassment, racism, all those types of things, has this been brought to the attention of the employees since it's on a case-to-case basis?
Not since all this stuff has come up, no.
Okay,
So let this process work its way through, and then we'll evaluate from there.
But don't you feel like it's an important product to bring to the table when all of this is going on, so that these city employees are confident in the steps that they're taking?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so what are your intentions as far as bringing this to the table?
Well, probably just a discussion right now, at least touch base with each employee and make sure that they can understand the basic obligations and rights. And beyond that, because our employee handbook is a little, I guess it's roughly 6 years old or so, I think it'd be appropriate to go out and hire a company to have a new one done.
Yeah, who actually wrote this? Because this is not a very good handbook.
It was a combination.
Don't say that until you write it.
Who is it?
Yeah, it was a combination of feedback from council at the time and staff.
Okay. All right. Now, in here, it says vacancy advertisement, and then that's section 1.3 on page 3, and it says job opportunity advertisements are posted on our city website, on bulletin boards located at municipal complex and various other websites and publication. At a minimum, job openings will be posted for 3 days on municipal complex bulletin board. The provision does not preclude promotions or transfer being done internally without advertising. With all due respect, I have never one time seen any advertisements on our city website. Would it be safe to say that is a false section? Or are you guys going to like transition into that, or how are you going to adopt that? Because if it's been in here since 2017, every job opportunity advertisement should have been posted on the city website, so I guess I'm wondering why it has not been.
Probably because most of them were posted on, at least for law enforcement, we posted on TML's website.
Okay, but it says job opportunity advertisements are posted on our city website, on bulletin boards located at the municipal complex, and various other websites and publications, which means our website should be the #1 place where people go to find these job openings. Would you agree?
In terms of advertising for quality candidates, no, I don't think our website would be the source for that. If the policy says they need to be on there, I understand what you're saying. Going forward, I don't think our website would probably be the best place to advertise for jobs.
Why? Because, I mean,
The volume of traffic that comes to it, TML would be a much better selection for advertising for city-related positions than our website.
but regardless, we should be utilizing that city website.
We can.
But I'm just curious why we have not in the past.
When I read that, I read it as a group of places, not necessarily on each and every one of those places for everything. Like he says about the TML. Or for certain jobs, yeah, you're gonna have to put it on more than one of those places. But I don't think what you're reading there is all inclusive, that everything has to be posted on every single.
Okay, so I am into the city government type of jobs, right? I hold a bachelor's degree in leadership and accounting. So would you feel like I would be somebody that would be a qualified candidate? And I'm just using this as an example.
Oh, for some spots.
Okay, you know the first place that I go when I'm looking for a job? To the website. I've looked multiple times, I've never seen anything posted. So, to make the judgment of you would find more qualified applicants elsewhere is not justified. I
And to
mean-
your earlier point, it says are posted on the city website, on bulletin boards located at the municipal complex, and various other websites and publications. So I read it as it's supposed to be posted on the city website, on the bulletin boards, and we have the option of posting it on those career-specific pages.
There are two places it should be, and there are other places we can do it. And our website, I know we put money in there last couple of years to update it and make it better. And do people?
No.
Okay, that's good enough.
Wait, what?
I asked about website, we've put money into it and tried to make our website better the last couple of years, and that's what I asked, is it better? Do people think it's better? And I heard no's. I didn't hear yes, it's great, but I did hear a bunch of no's.
Well, if it's not better, why has it not been brought to our attention? So, but I feel like the #1 source should be the website. That's where city residents are gonna go for their information. So, I mean, I would rather have a city resident working for the city rather than bringing in people from other places. And that's just my opinion.
I agree.
Also, it states department director multiple times. Who is the department director?
Well, like the police chief or the fire chief.
Okay, so, I mean, that is kind of a weird way to verbiage that, so I would suggest something like department head or something to that effect, because a department director seems like that should be a name title. It also states that there will be yearly performance records. Do we do that? Are we on a yearly basis doing a performance?
I don't, not of the department directors or department heads. Now, if they do it for individual officers or employees within their department, you'd have to ask them.
Okay, so we're not doing performance checks at a yearly basis?
No, well, not in terms of sitting down and having a exit interview with each individual employee. No, we don't do that. We're a small enough group of people that we can spot issues that arise. We can have an informal counseling and discussion session with them, and then move on from there.
Okay, section 3, performance evaluations, page 7, states in accordance with the city handbook, an oral and written evaluation will be completed on an annual basis for city employees by their immediate supervisor. They will also fill out a performance self-evaluation questionnaire, and then all of these will be found in their folders. So that part's not being done?
It is not, no.
Okay. So we probably need to make a note to make sure that that is getting done. That way, when issues do come about, we have something to go off of instead of an empty file. Annual salary surveys, are those being done?
Council's over directed those.
Question, have you read this manual?
I have, yes.
You have? Okay. So then you know all of this is in there.
Most of it, yeah, I probably have to refresh my memory on some of it, but yes, as far as annual salary surveys, no.
Okay. Second, or how many ever more? Are you guys keeping timesheets for all city employees?
For hourly, yes.
For hourly? Okay. Who is exempt from that?
Well, the exempt employees, so, me, Stephanie, Jimmy, Jessica.
Okay, are you getting paid 40 hours a week?
No, I am a salary employee, so I am paid regardless of whether I do 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week, it's the same rate.
Okay. But you're not keeping timesheet?
Not for those employees, no, just verification that they show up.
Okay, and do you guys have some sort of report showing vacation, sick, all that sort of thing? Like a report saying accruals of X amount of hours?
Yes, it's done at the department level.
Okay, so how are you calculating that throughout your, I guess, pay period if you aren't turning in timesheets?
For the employees that are just the exempt employees,
For your salary employees, how are you calculating that as far as time used if you're not doing timesheets?
we just keep a note within the payroll program.
Okay, so who keeps record of these hours?
I do.
So every week you keep tally on how many is used and how many is accrued?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you salary or hourly?
Salary.
Okay. Anybody else have questions, or?
Mine are covered in agenda items.
So just clarification, many of the employees for the city do not know about this handbook? And how many current employees have signed off that they have read it and have it and read it and have it? Do we have files on all that?
I have police, I do not have fire handbook.
We don't do a yearly review for, if we have, not maybe not a problem person, but a person that might want to be directed, and we have no way of reviewing on a yearly basis how they're moving up and getting more and more active and more responsibility. We have no way of tracking that other than, oh yeah, I remember this, nothing written.
Well, as a small cadre of employees, no, we typically have not written that down. It hasn't been an issue that has arisen.
Is anybody receiving longevity pay? No, okay. What about tuition reimbursement?
No.
Okay. Academic incentive? Okay, so when you see any sort of, like, let's just say, for instance, an employee is not working up to their potential and their performance is lower standards than what you like, what is your process as far as, I guess, informing them of this situation and possibly reprimand?
Just sit down and have a discussion with them.
Do you ever put it in writing?
I do not,
Why?
because they respond. So the
Okay.
counseling is just an informal session, and they got a situation where we've had an employee that didn't respond to the discussion, if there was the appearance of an issue.
Okay.
We just let them proper counseling.
So what happens in the event that you went and talked to this person and the next time around they do it again, but it's twice as bad, and the infractions to, I guess, to the extent to where the city is now liable for this employee? Where's your documentation stating that you've already discussed this with this person?
Well, we don't have that issue.
But what if we did? You've been very, very lucky. So, I mean, I just feel like there's a lot of things falling through the cracks, and I don't understand why. Do you not have time to do these things, or what is the?
Tom would be a significant contributor, yes.
Okay.
We could definitely stand to have more staff to diversify functions, but the reality is that we don't. And to keep our costs manageable, we have to pick and choose what are the most important positions to staff in one time.
Okay.
So we don't have a micromanagement policy.
It has nothing to do with micromanagement. We also don't have a
Well, it
paper
has
trail.
Has everything to do with micromanagement.
We also do not have a paper trail for any of the events that have occurred in the past. Has nothing to do with that. And plus, you know what? There was a reason why this book was put into the minutes. But apparently it doesn't matter because nobody's following it.
I'm rather disappointed that you just called out a council member for micromanaging the city.
Have you ever read this book?
Not in a while.
Okay. It might have slipped your mind that people weren't following the book like they should be.
Was that ageism?
No, I'm just saying you forgot. You probably need a refresher.
So are there any active open positions that obviously have not been posted and need to be posted?
Don't believe so. Oh, Cantrell, have anything in the police department?
It's posted on TML. We have a couple police patrol spots open, but we have applicants coming up on it.
Can you get those posted on the website?
They're not posted on the website.
Huh?
They're not posted on the website.
I know, but can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that. Sorry.
Thank you.
So also in this handbook that was done on January 17th of 2017, it states general office hours are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday for a 40-hour work week. When was that changed and who changed it?
The council had changed the hours a few years ago. I thought my head when that was done. We went to a Tuesday, Friday schedule from 8 to 6.
Okay, so
So they probably just didn't get updated in the book.
so it was before 2017?
I really don't remember.
Okay, because if it was before 2017, we should have probably went back to the 8 to 5 Monday through Friday as stated in this handbook. So I would like to put in a motion to go ahead and change the hours from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday for a 40-hour work week, starting Monday.
Which section are you reading?
Section 24, hours of work, page 42, 24-1 attendance.
Before we, or if we're gonna, I'd like to discuss that. I'm not against going to a 5-day week, but I'm not against leaving it at a 4-day week. Are we getting complaints from citizens about not being able to have city services on Monday and stuff of that nature?
I've seen multiple complaints, yes. I've also, look it up, look on Facebook. I mean, and also, and yesterday, I actually, okay, so you guys have to see it from our standstill. You give us the agenda on a Friday night. You are closed on Monday. Okay, you're closed on Monday, so we cannot reach out for, like, I actually sent an email on Friday night asking for information. You guys were not in the office yesterday. Cass luckily had that information for me to get. Nobody responded for me today. We need ample time to get a hold of you guys.
We have lots of people that are not in Godley because they're working in Fort Worth or Dallas or wherever that can't get here if we just have 8 hours every day, Monday through Friday.
So they
We've
can't
got
get here by
extended
5?
hours that allows them to come down here after they get in, if they can run by here after they get in from work.
Any other
So I think
city has
10-hour
no
days are
problem
much
with
better.
this. Any other city has no problem with this.
So I have a question. Are we arguing that people can't be here by 5 p.m. because of their jobs?
I'm one of them. I mean, there's a lot of people I know that are in that situation. My husband-
I'm just saying that I think the 10-hour days are better for 4 days than having 5 8-hour days.
Okay, let me ask you this. You work from 8 to 6, Tuesday through Friday. How many hours is that? How many hours?
I'm retired.
36. Do you take an hour lunch every day? You do. Do you take an hour lunch every day?
No, I do not.
Do you take an hour lunch every day? Okay, so you do. So you work 36 hours a week, but you're getting paid for 40.
It's salary.
It doesn't matter.
She's here right now, is that outside?
One time a month? One time a month.
Do you monitor her every day, though? She could be here after 5 several days out of the month.
Couldn't you require the agenda be presented to you 3 days before their next day of work? Or, 3 days of work days notice?
Wait, what?
Couldn't you require them to give you the agenda earlier so that there's 3 full working days that you could ask questions?
Michael, haven't you already requested that?
Of working time and not the Monday that's off?
I mean, if you give it to me on a Friday night and the agenda is for Tuesday, there's no time in there for anybody to give you any information.
I guess what I'm saying is, can't it be required to be provided on a Wednesday where you got all day?
It's already been suggested. It's already been suggested, but it still hadn't been done.
You can change the meeting dates. The council sets what days the meetings are at. So you guys should say, we don't want Tuesday meetings, you can say we want Thursday meetings, and then that would remove the issue.
And it's not for them to ask.
The council gets to
So we
decide.
have to change our schedule for the city to relate to us. Is that what you're saying?
All the employees schedule.
Just go what the book says.
All right, I'm gonna interject here.
We're building houses like crazy, but you can't get your utilities set on Monday. You can't get up to the water department on Monday, but we're building houses and selling houses every day. But we can't get in this office on Monday. Where does that make sense?
So the city council agenda will be discussed on the next item. And it says direct staff is necessary.
Day being built, but you can't get your utilities. You have a water main rate. You have all these issues. You can't even get into this building on Mondays.
If you have those issues, there's people, there's an emergency line you can contact.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Let's go by the book.
What does the book say?
Folks, y'all are all out of order. The public speaking part was at the very first. If you signed up, you could speak.
So I only see that we have one option here. Well, really two. We either don't follow the book, or we follow the book and maybe fix it.
Or we update the book, we fix the book to reflect the actualities.
Is the Public Works, do they work Monday through Friday?
Not everyone.
No, they come in and do the checks, but as far as the full shift, no.
I will see them mowing Saturday and Sunday. I just wondering if they work. I see them mowing Saturdays and Sundays and Mondays, different times. So I just wondering if the city offices are closed closed Monday, but the people, the workers, are they working 8-hour shifts?
No, 10-hour shifts.
And why are they working Saturday and Sunday mowing? I mean, is that something that's being approved, extra time, because they're able to?
They don't see us mowing on Saturday and Sunday.
I see them mowing across the street.
Yeah, you probably see them on my own lawnmower, not the city's.
Okay, well, you
I
may,
mow on Saturday and Sunday and ever up here.
somebody's mowing the lot, but that's fine, across the street.
Saturday and Sunday.
That's fine, I don't care if you do mow Saturday and
Now, we do
Sunday.
check water wells
Yeah.
in the plant on Saturday and Sundays, but we don't mow on
I
weekends.
mean, if you take off on Wednesday, say, I'm gonna cover up on Saturday, because the day I took off
Right.
Wednesday to mow,
I have not, no.
I'm tickled to death with that, that's what I
get
do
you,
with
I
my
get you, I
guys.
have not.
I just didn't know what your day, if you work 4 days or 5 days, that's my whole question.
I got you.
Personally, I don't care about the 4 days or 5 days. It could be, both of them have problems unless we have overlapping, if someone comes in at 8, someone stays till 6 every day. But I would like to make it a rule that our agendas come to us no later than a Wednesday. If we're gonna have our 3 working days before the meetings, whatever our meeting day changes. If we decide to do it on a Thursday or a Friday, that's fine. But our paperwork must come to us a certain number of working days. So that's only, right now we get it the same, we basically don't have that time, that option.
Well, I think Councilman Thompson's concern is that she wants access to the staff, right?
Yep.
Like,
Right.
if you get the agenda, you want to be able to digest it first.
Right.
And then you want to be able to ask ask questions of the staff and give them time to respond.
Right, and if I need
So it need to be
documentation
more
or
than 3
something.
days, I think. We need to be like 5, 6, 7, maybe even a week before.
That'd be great with me.
Because that way council could get the agenda first, right? They could review it, and then if they had questions of staff, they could access staff. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. But, I mean, I also know that there are a lot of people that want to reach out to people on Monday, but they cannot. So, I mean, to have access to people Monday through Friday would be also great. And I understand some of the concerns of, hey, you know what, people can't get to town, but you know what? That's life. We have to deal with it. We have to make those arrangements. I mean, I wish my job would do that because people can't come see me before they get off work.
In regard to the motion that was, it was a motion made, on this agenda item, there is no action. We talked about that earlier. I believe though, your item is later, right?
Right.
Are you withdrawing that motion? 'Cause
Um,
I don't think there was a second.
There was not.
There was not a second.
We continued to deliberate.
Yeah. Traditionally, if there's no second, then the motion fails, and then it would no longer be able to be considered. You have an agenda item later for this item. Are you withdrawing it, or are you allowing the motion to fail?
well, I mean, we were discussing it. That's why nobody voted on it.
Okay.
So I will
Jim,
withdraw that motion and then
Because
I'll
you
put
have
it.
that item later.
Yes.
How many people are in this, in that area working? How many people work Monday through, Tuesday through Friday for the city inside the office here? Huh? How many is that? 30?
Okay, so there is also a section saying purchasing policy. It says that if you're authorized to make purchases on the behalf of the city and have not received a copy of this manual, they need to request a copy from the purchasing agent. Who is actually the purchasing agent? You are? How many people are able to make purchases on behalf of the city?
Sorry,
How many of those people have received this manual?
all of them.
They have? Do they have that signed document right there?
I have to go look in there.
But don't you have them with you right now?
I have the PD ones.
Oh, okay. Who are these purchasing people?
Me, Stephanie, Jimmy, and, that's the only 3 cards that are out right now. So,
Okay, so 3 of y'all are here. Have you received this document
A long time ago when I was hired.
like before 2017?
Yes.
So you haven't had the updated one. Jimmy, have you?
Yes, I have it.
Do what?
I have it.
Yeah, but you said a long time ago, before
I have
2017.
the 2017 also.
Okay, Jimmy, have you
Yeah, the handbook,
from 2017?
yes.
Dated?
It and the fire department, SOPs are accessible to any of our guys to drive.
Okay, and then also, do you guys have a signed delegation of purchasing authority on record?
Do I? No.
Do you? None of you do. Okay, so we need to get those taken care of. All of the people that are part of the purchasing authority needs to have those on record. All right, when is the last time you guys had your emergency drills?
It's probably been last year.
Okay, so that's probably up to date.
Y'all did one at the school district this a couple months ago to check.
Oh, I have a question about this purchasing one. It says something in here about being able to buy drinks and stuff. can you kind of elaborate on that? It says, where is it? I did read it somewhere. It said you could buy drinks, you just can't buy food. So I was a little bit puzzled on that one, as far as what drinks they would be buying. That's fine. Does anybody have a take-home vehicle?
No.
Okay, do we give any sort of allowance for a vehicle, like monetary allowance?
No.
Okay. And the tobacco, no use of tobacco of any form is regulated, okay. City vehicles shall not be left idling under any non-emergency circumstances, except for the specifics below, which is basically patrolling city or public works, inclement weather, emergency scenes, that sort of thing. I noticed that some of the police officers actually have their car idling in the parking lot. So how often do we do that?
It could be frequent. Usually that's to keep the electronic equipment live.
Okay. Section 3612 for fuel cards. How many people have a fuel card? Oh, this is where I saw the drinks. Okay, yeah. So how many people have the fuel cards?
Fuel cards are all assigned to vehicles.
Okay, and do you guys do any reconciliation according to the fuel usage, the unit number, and the driver? You do. How often do you do those? Okay, so I'd like to request copies of those. And you also have the form indicating understanding and acceptance of this policy for everyone that has those cards, correct?
And again,
It says all users will be required to sign a form indicating their understanding and acceptance of this policy. Any users who refuse to sign the form will be denied any privilege to use fuel card. So
yeah,
do you
it's
have?
been several years since we've done that. There's probably some that we do need to refresh.
Okay, yeah, so it says here, the purchase of ice, drinks, or items reasonably related to these functions are acceptable. Purchases for any other items, including food, fuel additives, or any other items strictly prohibited. So what kind of drinks do you guys buy with those?
With the fuel cards we held.
Okay. Sorry, it's kind of a long thing. Okay, and then I guess just the last thing, the acknowledgement of receipt. If we can get one of those for each and every employee put into the file, that'd be great. And I'm done with that.
And that's why I wanted that as a workshop.
We need to take a break. For 5 minutes.
Okay. We've got some council members up here that need to take a break. So we're gonna pause for the cause. You need to take a break.
We're still reviewing. Get all this over with.
suspicious person.
It's a lot to redo. Or I guess best We're here. And we go down this. No problem. Oh no, we're still on my item. We're on, I don't get
Is this a slumber party? Y'all didn't tell me to bring my sleeping bag. Is this a slumber party?
These were supposed to be on the agenda, that's why I put them on for us, that's the way I read it. So it's review and discuss, instead of discussing possible action.
So is this the workshop? Is this the actual city council meeting?
This is the city council meeting.
Oh, okay.
I asked for these to be in workshop, so that way.
So they just put them in the city council meeting? Yeah, I mean, your request, so who did you request that they be in a workshop? And they just said, no, you're not getting a workshop. This is my daughter. It's nice to meet you.
So it actually says in potential next to the documents of the city.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. But
I'm
here's
trying
the
to write
thing.
it all down.
So I still like to say that no matter what, every single one of us discuss the constitution, discuss the constitution.
So these are, those are, I wrote those because of the workshop. So everything else is discussion.
So, packet. Ready? You don't put me to look over your packet? Okay. And I requested a packet, and I never got it. And I called today, and I emailed, so I never got it. So I just wanted you to know that, and I'll tell Jennifer that too.
Hopefully, whenever we get to the next item, actually.
Because I won't speak, I almost didn't get a little order.
It actually is on the next one to post all that on the website.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that I'm letting you know. Hi, Roger.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Y'all are doing a good job here. I'm So, I have this scout meeting, and I'm trying to get another scout meeting, so I'm really not sure if everything's going to happen. But that's like to say, when do you want to do it? Because you got my information, right? If
closed session on some
This is kind of ridiculous. Oh, I don't know. But I know some of them.
So that's actually order, that's order. Oh, we can't.
Oh, it is, because
I didn't know it was
it's the
actually.
other lady that I work with, we're advocates for parents in schools. So people watching maybe.
I hope so.
Taking attention, Jennifer,
By
that
the right
she's doing
people.
great.
Hi, Jennifer, Marcy. Okay, oh.
I don't think she's gonna show.
I'm stressed out. I'm stressed out.
That lady doesn't shake her.
Thank you. Thanks. Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Just nervous.
It was one of those food
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's back.
Thank you.
You'll please take your
I
seats.
don't know. Where are they at?
We'll resume
The
the
name.
council meeting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Maybe I shouldn't be accepting stuff from me.
You know where we are, Michael?
We're on item
Keith.
O. We're still discussing the City of Godley Employee Handbook.
I thought we just finished that.
No, we recessed. I don't think we ever decided if we were done with it. I think we need to abide by the employee handbook and review it pretty soon if we want to make all these changes.
I agree. I
Actually-
think we probably do need to, all the council members need to make sure that they're.
Well, I mean, we need to have it looked at professionally and redone. There's a lot of things in here that are very iffy whenever it comes to HR problems.
Cass is not back in here.
Yeah, he'll be back. So do you know, are you aware of somebody that, of some group, some company that does that? Or do we just need to try to find somebody that's in that business?
I would just try to find somebody. I mean, there's HR professionals all over. I mean, we could even have someone from our own town consult. There's plenty of high-powered people in this town now. But it definitely needs to be looked at, updated, presented to the council, and voted upon. I'd like to see that done every 3 to 5 years. There's a lot of HR rules that change,
Right.
so
And with our growth, it's gonna, situations are gonna change.
which it's not an actionable item, but
Right.
I
But we
think
can
you
put
had
it
it
on-
later on.
Yeah, mine is.
Okay, so we can take action then to do all that.
So are we through with O,
Um,
you think?
I wanted to say, police department, I spent 4 or 5 hours down here reviewing y'all's. That's very all-encompassing. Learned a lot of things.
Does the fire department have its own handbook also?
Yes, sir.
You moved.
Yes, sir, we do. We have a standard operating procedure.
You get everybody to read it and sign off on it, or?
Yes, and they have access to it.
No. Okay. That is the first thing I think we need to do, is make sure everybody has read it, give them a couple of weeks to read it, and everybody sign off on it, what, their particular one for all the cities, so we have that. Other than that, I'm good.
I know that was one of my duties at Comanche Peak, since I was on the fire brigade. We had to keep our training up with NFPA.
Yep.
Is it the same SOPs, SOGs from way back when?
No,
No?
it's about 400 pages now, and they're updated frequently.
Okay. Is there any way you can email me that or put it on a drive? Thank you.
I'd like a copy too.
Okay.
Should these handbooks be on the website? Is that something that should be shared, or should be kept inside the city for people to look at? I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Isn't that a part of best practices? Making.
What now?
So they're going through a process of best practices for the PD, and one of those requirements that I've taken a webinar on is to make sure that's accessible to everybody, not just us, not city staff, everybody.
Okay.
So.
I think that'd be good. Good idea.
It's not a very entertaining read, but it's definitely all-inclusive.
I gotta read mine every second year, and I gotta sign off on it, so it's not.
Ready for Paul?
Yes.
Okay, review and discuss processes, procedures pertaining to preparation of city council agenda, city council packet, time frame for these to be completed, and the posting of all the materials on the city website, direct staff as necessary. I know I heard a lot of talk about that in the previous part, but so there's been some discussion on it already. Some ad hoc discussion. And we talked about changing the time, the day for that.
So what's the current procedure for like developers or someone in the general public to get something on the agenda? What's the time frame, or?
I think right now, they just send her a request. Sometimes there's a lot of advance notice, sometimes there's not.
So like a developer, when do we require them to have their, everything in to go into our packets? Is there a cutoff date where you don't submit it, you don't get on the agenda, or?
Now, it's not our practice. If we can't get stuff in there, I think it's been Wednesday we've been using, then they don't get on the agenda. We talked about that, I don't remember when it was, but it was a long time ago. We talked about that, we were having a problem with that, where things were getting rushed at the very end, where, you know, she would get everything at one moment, which is not really fair, at the very end. And so we said if they don't have it by this date, then they don't get on it. The good news is that several of them are very good about it. Like tonight, the zoning people that we saw tonight, we have advance notice of all that. They filed their stuff, get plenty of time. She was able to get her notices out. We're seeing more regularly of people doing it correctly and getting us stuff, which makes Jessica's life significantly easier. That does not remove the times, Councilman, when we get stuff late. We get stuff late all the time.
So in an effort to make city staff's job easier, more efficient, if we are wanting, which this will have to be decided on her action item, I think we should get it by Wednesday, maybe have everyone else submit it by Friday so they can go through it, legalities and such, get it to us, we can review it, and then it gets posted on the city website. That's just
You're
my
advocating
opinion.
the Friday before being the deadline to get stuff, right?
Yes.
And then Wednesday, the agenda gets posted.
Well,
Right.
I mean, we can post the agenda, well, no, we need to post the agenda on Friday, because that Wednesday through Friday, council members need to be able to ask questions or adjust agenda items.
Oh, okay. So you're saying all the stuff from developers and from city council members asking for items, mayor's items, city staff items is the Friday before?
Yes, that's what I would like.
And then on Wednesday, we have a draft, a solid draft to get to all of you guys,
Yes.
right? And then that gives opportunity for Councilman Thompson's goal of having an opportunity to get the staff, because you would have Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with staff, right? And then the agenda itself goes up on Friday, the solid final version.
Yes. The agenda posted out there on the city website and our packet on the city website, so they can ask educated questions in the beginning.
I honestly, Councilman, don't think it's an offense to put it sooner, like if we post it on Thursday, would that still allow for your thing? Because I think that the citizens probably are in the same boat you guys are, right? If the citizens are getting, for instance, our packet for this meeting could have been literally 600 pages. I sent you guys all the PDF. She was gone at ballot school last week, learning about elections all week, and so I unfortunately got stuck with the agenda. Not mad about it. But when I got that I had so much stuff for y'all's packets that it wouldn't even send the email because it was too much stuff on one email. So I sent y'all, like, I'm sorry to do that, but I sent y'all like numerous emails with tons of documents. If the citizens are getting those documents on the Friday before, they don't have enough time, not just the council members, but they don't have enough time to digest all of that stuff before a Tuesday meeting. So I think you might, instead of a Friday deadline for posting the agenda, have it posted sooner. But
Okay.
still incorporate your time for
Obtaining information, yeah. Because I'm going to be honest, I am not a genius, and I still need to research things prior to coming in here so I don't make stupid comments.
And a lot of it, I mean, some of the stuff is voluminous, I mean, it's a lot of stuff,
Right.
especially on zoning stuff.
Development agreements.
And then also referring back to people taking off work to get here at 5 o'clock Monday through Friday. How many of you guys had to take off work early in order to get to this meeting? So, I mean, I would actually like to create a time that's more reasonable for said residents to get here and actually participate in our meetings. So, I mean, at minimum 6 o'clock.
I go for that. Get more people here.
But I'll make a motion. I think there's,
This is just a discuss and.
right.
I don't know, but
But-
I would go for that. Get more people here. I
Do
don't
we
wanna go-
even need a motion for that? Because it also says direct staff is necessary.
Cass?
I'm sorry.
Do we need a motion
I'm
to,
writing notes. Go ahead.
do we need a motion to change the time since it says direct staff is necessary?
The council votes by resolution, by state statute, to decide what day and time their meetings are. They're quote regular meetings, right? We currently, our resolution is for the first and the third at 5 o'clock. If you guys wanted to amend that to a different day or a different time or a different location, we would need to redo that resolution. So what we could do is we could add that as an agenda item for the next meeting with whatever guidelines, and then I can draft a resolution changing the time, etc.
I'd like to put that on the next
agenda.
agenda.
Tonight, because I didn't have that, I didn't know that that's what y'all needed. But it's good timing because it's a new year, so.
Yeah.
And I think council, and I emailed you all this, and not a single one of you responded to me, but I really think that it would really help the city staff, and it would really help you guys in a big way if the city of Godley's council had rules and procedures that you guys adopt and that you guys formulate. It gives a lot of structure. The state statute for type A cities like ours doesn't give any guidance, really. I mean, I know you've looked at it, I know you've looked at it.
That's right.
There's not a heck of a lot of guidance, and the way you get around that is there's just one little provision that says the council gets to decide the rules of the procedures of their city. And the state lets you have a lot of authority on that, right? As long as you come up with smart policies, et cetera. And I emailed you guys, I think it's like 8 cities, I researched 7, that are really good. I think that they did a really thoughtful job. The city of Princeton, my friend Bonnie Goldstein wrote those years ago, and she's now in the Court of Appeals. She's a brilliant lawyer. Bonnie's Princeton one I thought was really good if you read them. But what it does, like for instance on this stuff, agendas, when the agendas have to be there, who gets to put items on the agenda, how that process works, the language on the agenda, who decides what the language is, who makes final authority, as the city secretary, is it the mayor? You know what I'm saying? All of those questions are part of that. And so I would highly advocate, a lot of what you guys are asking for is for those rules to be created and promulgated. And I really was hoping that you guys would respond back with like all of your ideas so I could draft a version.
I think we were a little busy.
Well, that's not my fault.
But there again, you sent it Friday and we didn't have time to look at it. So, I mean, or I didn't have time to look at that particular item.
Okay, well, I would highly, highly advocate that you guys come up with that. Tell me what you want, I can draft it, and if come back to council, you guys would then vote on it, decide if you like it or not. But it would give staff finally some good direction as to what you guys want. And it's not just agenda, it's the rules and procedures can be about defining specifically how long meetings are, if they go too long, live streaming meetings, making them transparent. What issues do we have in terms of allowing members to remote in? How does that affect voting, et cetera? And all of that's in writing. All of you would have a clear idea of what's expected, and the public would also know what's expected. For instance, our council, just as a matter of practice, has always given public forum time more than was required by statute, right? We've always said, let's do 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes, right? Most of these do 3. That's not in writing anywhere. That's just something we've done, right? We need to put that stuff into a rule so that future councils can't change that unless they change the rules. Does that make sense? And all of that can be encompassed in those rules and procedures. And I know that all of you guys have been emailing me questions and stuff, and I've been trying to respond to them. But all the questions you guys have asked are really questions that you guys should be promoting and creating. It shouldn't be my decision as to how you guys run your meetings. Because the state law is just, it's almost void in terms of all that stuff.
I think that kind of rolls into item W for attending training to learn about these things and learning how to do those things.
Where are we currently now, Michael?
We are deliberating item P, but with the last 2 minutes of silence, I believe we're done with it. So now we're on item Q, which is training opportunities, and it'll be an action item later in the agenda, item W.
Now, U is discussion and possible action on selecting a council member to serve as president pro tempore.
Q.
Is what I
Q.
have.
No, we're on Q.
Q is in Queen.
Oh, Q, I thought you said U.
It's the
Yeah,
first
and that
one,
does
second
go down.
page.
W is the action item for that.
I would like to see us start utilizing more of the online and in-person classroom options that are out there. We're a younger council now. We definitely need more training besides just the Open Meetings Act and the Public Information Act required by statute. You can go to there's plenty of training. Some of them would be the Texas Municipal League On-Demand Training, which is online. You can participate in the certification for elected officials, the TMLI, which is also a part of TML. Or like what I would like to do is the TML Leadership Academy, which is, I think, April and May down in Georgetown. But currently, we do not have a budget for training for council members.
Yeah, I believe we all did the online. There's 2 TML things that you have to do.
Yeah, the Open Meetings Act and the Public Information Act, but
Yeah.
if that's all we expect ourselves to do, then we're horrible council members.
Knowledge is power. Yeah, I think that training is a good idea. I mean, there's a lot of engineering stuff that I don't understand. There's a lot of things that I'm scared to do because I don't want to break the law. So I just sit up here and mute myself because I don't want to say something I'm not supposed to. So knowing those stipulations would definitely be something that would warrant a good education. Is there a way to get this budgeted? I mean, is there room?
Oh, yeah.
Like for this year, or would it have to wait a whole nother year?
No, that's where we do it this year.
And I would exclude the city conference in Las Vegas. That's a big no-no.
It's also very expensive.
Only in Texas. Only in Texas.
Only in Texas.
If you get me to El Paso, I can get there in a couple hours.
Council, also there's the Texas Municipal Courts Education Center, also does a code and ordinance class each year for elected officials. They did it this year in Georgetown, and it was recorded. I was one of the presenters on it this year, had the fortune to do that, and we had 9 total presenters that did a wonderful job. And we had judges, we had city council members, we had city administrators, we had mayors from all over Texas that came to it, and it was very well attended. And they essentially go over how to legislatively deal with ordinance violations and ordinances, and how cities have a role in enforcing those ordinances. And it's really, really a helpful training. It's online, and I think TMCC makes it free, so you don't have to pay for it. You can just go online and take it.
What was the name?
It's the Texas Municipal Courts Education Center, TMCEC. And they call it C3 is the name of the class. But it's the only class they do every year for actual city folks. The rest of their training is all for judges and clerks.
So I'll dive a little deeper into this for y'all, since there's no discussion. Your on-demand training is anywhere from free to $40, $50, $100. Depends on which class it is, how old it is. TMLI is more of you participate in, I think it's 70-something hours of these webinars, in-person conferences, and you actually get a certification as an elected official. And the TML Leadership Conference is a multi-day class down in Georgetown over 2 months. You go twice down there. But there's tons of training opportunities. We just aren't budgeted anything. We don't. Not only do we have to agree to pay for these classes, but also the travel, including the hotels and all the meals allowances. And so it's not just, okay, let's do training. There's a lot to it.
David, what line would you take that out of?
I would just say, once we put it on the next agenda, we just create a line item for council training and assign a fund to it.
I believe it's already on there, on
Is
this
that what
last
we'll
one.
do? Okay.
It was just at 0. So is that something y'all want to do? Do y'all want to attend training, or am I just the only one?
No, I feel like it's something that, if possible, we should all take advantage of. I can't speak for everybody else, but that would be something that I would like.
I mean, some of these are more demanding. If you have a job, like a leadership academy, you'd have to take off for the on-demand training. You can do it at home, watching webinars. And there's just so many resources out there, but we haven't taken advantage of those. Is there a limit y'all want to put on training, or?
Well, aren't we still in the review and discuss?
Or discussion and possible action? Oh, wait, that's W.
No, there's
That's-
review and discuss on Q.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to review and
Discussion,
discuss?
possible action is W.
So do we want to discuss how much we want to potentially spend? Or we can wait till item W and discuss all this again?
I mean, you've done the research, so what would be the amount that you would suggest?
Depends on what y'all want to do. I mean, hotels are expensive. The travel there with the IRS rates is expensive. I think the Leadership Academy was $750. The on-demand training just ranges from free all the way up to $100 that I saw. And we as a council just need to decide how much each member gets if they want to do training. That way one person doesn't drain the whole thing.
Well, I mean,
Do it. No, not that, like a yearly allowance for each council member. And
well, first we need to make sure we know how much is in the actual budget for that particular item so that we don't insinuate a price and then come to find out there's not even that much there for us to even negotiate. So do you have that available or no?
No, there's not actually anything budgeted specifically for council training, so you just want to select them out, and you just post that.
I think what we need to do
Okay.
is find out about the training. I know 25, 30 years ago, when I was having to go for a week of training as police chief, I had to do that every 2 years. You went to a big hotel, but it was a package deal. So it's not like you're having to pay this much for the course and this much for the hotel, and then sure, you've got a little bit of travel expenses. But those classes typically rotated around the state several times, so you could book one that was convenient time and a convenient location for you to complete that training. Now, I would think that the city council training should be kind of the same way. There should be opportunities. We need to look into it, see how much it costs, how long it lasts, so that people could say, okay, I'd like to do that, but I can't do it then. I have to do it, find out some details about how it works. If there's a class you want to take, are they giving that class more than once? So you have the opportunity to go when it's convenient for you, and how much it's going to cost. Then we can come up with a budgetary figure for how much it's going to cost, how much training you can get, whatever.
I mean, I can pull out my laptop and tell you all of it, TML listed on their website by a calendar. But what do you look at? If you're gonna budget $200 for each council member, well, it's not gonna get very far. You can't do any of the travel.
Well, that's why I think we need to find out the numbers, the expense numbers, and tailor our budget to that.
Well, I mean, but like you said, I could ask to go out to Vegas, and that's gonna be a couple $1,000s.
Then I think that we ought to not put that in our.
Well, I agree, but am I looking at that stuff, or am I looking at the $40 webinars and that's all we want? And they're like 40 minutes.
I feel like maybe in the prelim stage, $1,000 per member would be sufficient. And then when we bring the documentation in and we do an analysis of, okay, so is this going to be beneficial? Is this one going to be more beneficial? But we got to do the cost analysis, but we also need to do an analysis of what are you getting more bang for your buck type thing. So I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're stating is that you would like to see the materials in front of you so that you can analyze what we're actually talking about.
Well, yeah, I'd kind of like to get so we give enough money in the budget to complete the training that we think is good and we need. We need to get the numbers and the training types.
So what numbers would you like?
I think we're in pretty good shape as far as financially. I would like to see reasonable numbers for training, and the training that people want, they should be able to get. If you want to get 2 or 3 classes because they happen to really appeal to you as far as completing your job, then you should be able to get that, whether it's in 1 year or 3 years or however. I mean, there needs to be some logical way to do this instead of just saying, oh yeah, we'll give each council person $2,500 a year for training. That's not logical to me. What's logical to me is okay, here's this training, costs this much, takes this many days. Here's this training, costs this much. Bring that in, make a motion to approve it. Boom, it's in the budget. Sign up for the training and go take it.
But we still need to set a budget, so we need to figure out how much approximately for each council member. Because if we set a budget for $1,000 and I want to go to the TML Academy, I mean, that's probably $1,000, and I use everybody's budget.
So the TML is, did you have an estimate on how much that one was?
It was 700
And that's, is that the one in Georgetown?
Yes.
Okay. So he would have to get a room. So estimated room is probably about $100 a day, right? Estimate.
Mine was, I haven't added everything together, but I spent maybe like 500 with the room and everything, and I was there for 5 days. But I don't know about the one that he's talking about, I have no idea. They should have hotel rooms and stuff like that.
Yeah, unless
And
they
the
sell
registration
out.
might include this hotel.
Yeah, I would think that the registration would include the hotel, but not necessarily. I know I took some training that was in Arlington, and I just commuted to the training instead of staying in the hotel where the training was going to be.
I mean, we could always, I mean, because we do have a discussion and action that kind of mirrors this. So if we want to keep going, and then we're going to have to add it to the agenda anyway to make a ruling or a vote on it. So essentially, what we could do is go ahead and move forward and then do our homework and bring that information with us on the next round.
So it's April 12th through 14th of 2023, May 17th through 19th of 2023. It's in Georgetown. Covers Course 1, Personal Leadership Effectiveness, Course 2, Ethical and Influential Leadership.
The rooms are $159 a night, and the cost of the conference is $795.
And it's 3 nights. Is that correct?
It's,
So
3
that's
days.
just shy of
Well, for the
1,500.
14th in April and then the
So
17th
3
and
each
the
time.
19th in May. The registration fee includes the courses, the handouts, refreshments, breakfast, lunch buffet on Thursday, and breakfast on Friday.
So then the only food would be dinner. So and that one was 14. That one was the 14 package, the 1400 package.
April 12th through the 14th.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to do it again May 17th through the next.
So it's 2 classes, or you just pick
There's a
one or
course
the?
1 and a course 2.
Okay, I see.
or for the TML on-demand stuff, just choosing a random webinar and workshop. This one, cultivating community capital, one building at a time, is $45 for the TML.
Looks like most of yours are like $45. the city.
Like, one that would be good for all of us would be TML Budget and Tax Rate Webinar Series. It's $75. Or if you learn better in person, then there's one in person.
Okay, so do we want to kind of take the next week to put something together and then maybe put it on another agenda item? That way we
That's fine with me.
can, that way we can research and keep going.
You just have a lot of stuff coming up in January for newly elected officials, and like this one's down in San Antonio, that one's in Austin, there's one in Dallas.
Well, council, to be fair, if there's a class coming up in January, you should sign up and take it. You can do the amendment at the meeting.
Okay.
And it's not a budget tonight.
I'm fine with tabling it until the next council meeting to see what each of us wants to take, or
So you're good then?
all good.
Okay. I think we're going to R now. He said he was good on that. He said he was good on that one. Okay.
Yeah, I would encourage everybody to look at that and see what's available, and if there's something in January, like you said.
I would like to move item R to after W. That way we can get some more stuff done before we go through all that.
Okay. So do we want to do item R?
He wants to move it to after W
Oh, I thought we were doing W.
or S, if he would.
I thought we already discussed the steering committee.
So on item S, we discussed moving it to having everything in by the next meeting.
December 27th.
Yes.
So go to T.
So I will table that until the next meeting on the 27th.
T. Are you talking about T?
For the steering committee, since
Oh,
it's an
okay.
action item. For the next meeting on the 27th. Now we're on T as in Tom.
Possible action on the 2023 holiday schedule as is required yearly by the City of Godley Employee Handbook in Section 9 holidays.
So I was unable to find anywhere in the employee handbook that actually listed what holidays are. it says is holidays are declared official holidays for city employees by the city council and shall be set yearly. I've been on this council for, I believe, 2 years now. I've never done that.
Does anybody know how we do that?
Follow the federal holidays, what we normally follow.
So everybody gets paid for every federal holiday off?
A lot of them fall on Mondays when we are already off.
So a list in section 9, so that way if I come to the city, I'm like, okay, let me go to section 9 holidays. These are the holidays I get off. I looked at other cities and they actually list out every holiday that they get off somewhere in this giant packet of information.
How many federal, how many bank holidays are there?
We didn't get as many as we used to. They got them back.
Well, they used
They're actually taking some away for city, they're actually taking June 15th. But it is now. That's another thing. I mean, that should be part of this calendar as well.
Couldn't we just, what's wrong with just adopting the federal holidays?
I mean, that's fine with me. I just think it needs to be listed out so that way people know when they are.
Like I know we work Veterans Day, we don't pick that one. Because of the days, we run off.
Well, there are a lot more days on the advertiser that,
like she said, most of them are gonna be on a Monday except for what, the 4th, Christmas, New Year's? I mean,
Those change, you know, those rotate around.
Yeah, so this coming year, they should be on Tuesdays, right? Because it goes forward, right? Or does it go
It's on a
backwards?
Sunday this year.
Yeah, so then it might go backwards, I don't know.
We just need to declare which holidays are holidays as a holiday schedule. So, do I need to look up a list of federal holidays? Or do we want to choose?
I have a
Or-
calendar, hold on. I also work for the city, so we have a calendar that we use.
Every city that I looked up took off different ones.
Is that the city of Fort Worth?
Yeah.
The city of Fort Worth has some weird holidays too. They have
Um,
like, they do Caesar Chavez Day and some other.
Which one?
They do like Caesar Chavez Day. and some-
No. We didn't get that, we only got a few off. Fort Worth, holiday schedule. All right, so Martin Luther King on 1/17, Memorial Day on 1/19, Texas Independence Day, March 2nd? No. Wait.
We didn't have to take that one.
Hold on, is this the right one?
So the city of Cleveland has 11
Oh,
paid
that's
holidays.
not the right one. Okay, let me see.
Did you
What-
find yours?
they have them listed.
Yes, they have them. I found them on their website. They take New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Day, Good Friday, Memorial Day, employee's birthday between 7 days prior and 90 days after, September 11th Memorial Holiday, firefighters only, Labor Day, Thanksgiving holidays, Thursday and Friday, Christmas holidays, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, Independence Day. The city of Joshua does New Year's Day, President's Day, Good Friday, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, Friday after Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So, I mean, it just ranges.
So the Cesar Chavez and all of that stuff are city holidays, but we don't get to take them off. That's why that calendar's out there. So the holidays I have are 118, May 31st, July 5th, because it falls on a weekend, I believe. September 6th, November 25th, November 26th, December 24th, because Christmas falls on a weekend, and then Friday, December 31st. That was the calendar for the 2021. So, I mean, those kind of dates right there are kind of the dates, but we would need the 2023 calendar.
I think we could choose either one of the two that Michael read.
Well, you adopt it yearly because the dates change.
Right.
So you have to list the dates. So you'll need to know, whenever we make a motion, we need to know what the holiday name is and the date that they're actually taking off. And then further in section 9, if it's on a Saturday, then or if it's on a Sunday, it's observed on the Monday. If it's on a Saturday, it's observed on the preceding Friday, which covers the weekend stuff. But we need to know specific dates we want to set the holiday schedule as. I would have already looked up all those dates, but I didn't know what y'all wanted.
Let's set the dates, the next meeting for the next year.
So,
I mean,
are we going to have a workshop for this manual? So if we're going to have a workshop for the manual, is that something we want to discuss at that time? Or are you asking for it to be done like right now?
Well, it was a separate item.
I mean, it's supposed to be done yearly, so it needs to be done. Now, if we're gonna do this workshop to change this, whenever we get to that agenda item, then, yeah, we could presumably do it then, because it's gonna be at the next meeting. But if we table this and then we choose not to do a workshop on this or change this, well, then we didn't set the yearly schedule for holidays.
So we have a meeting on 12/27, correct? Is that right? If we have a meeting on 12/27, we can actually bring our documentation and facts at that time and go ahead and implement this prior to the workshop for the manual. That way we already have that information that we can just input into the manual. If you want to kind of do your assessment and see what the actual dates are, and then bring them to that one, and then we can adopt. Or,
So
I mean, what are your suggestions?
The 12/27 meeting is more for the steering committee. We're gonna have to, well, if we decide, a professional, HR professional is gonna have to rewrite this. It's not us to put it into layman's terms. I mean, it needs to be
Right.
legal.
Right.
So I don't see that being done by 12/27.
Well, no, I'm not saying the manual itself. I'm stating just the dates for the manual. So the holiday schedule itself, not the actual manual.
Okay, so adopt the holiday schedule at the 27th meeting.
Correct.
That works with me, as long as we're committing to a meeting on the 27th.
Are we?
Fine with me.
I have a question. Do y'all have a certain number that you get off every year for the holiday? Like, isn't that not something that's normally already, like, okay, every city gets this many holidays a year? Is that not something y'all do here?
Cities do different days, not every city.
Yes,
does
but
the
normally
exact
they
same days.
typically have, like, my brother works for a city, my father works for a city, my
We
brother-in-law.
normally do the normal New Year's. We don't do Good Friday, we don't do President's Day, we do,
Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July.
Memorial Day,
Like Labor Day.
and Labor Day.
So do we want to decide on a number of holidays? 11, 13, 2.
So like, for example, the city of Fort Worth in 2021, they got 8 holidays because of the way that they landed. In 2022, they actually got 9. However, some cities are getting 13 and 14. So again, it just depends on which way we want to go as far as the calendar.
So I think we need to choose a number now and say we do 8. Then we look at the schedule and see how they fall. Because if we say 14 and then they all fall on the weekends, well, we're just going to choose random days.
True.
And I think that's where your larger cities run into that problem of choosing random days off.
How many federal holidays are there? There's 10?
We have 11 in
2023? Okay, then let's do 11 days. If you guys are all good with that, I'm good with that.
If those 11 days fall on a Monday, do they get to, is City Hall gonna be closed on Tuesday?
Nope.
No.
That's,
The only time there's a difference is if it's
In like for
Saturday.
2023, New Year's is on Monday. Martin Luther King Day is on Monday. President's Day, Mosque is on Monday. Memorial Day is on Monday. Juneteenth's on Monday. Labor Day's on Monday. Columbus Day's on Monday. Christmas Day is on Monday. So next year's a Monday is.
well, certain days, Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, if it falls on a Monday, we need to have a core day they
There's
get
just
off
a
no
lot
matter
of
what.
Mondays next year.
They get the
Right.
next day off, because they'd be taking it off during the week.
But that's why we need to set the holiday schedule. And then further on, it says if the holiday falls on a Saturday, it'll be observed on the preceding Friday. If it falls on Sunday, it'll be observed on Monday. And we can change that to read if it falls on Monday, it's observed on Tuesday.
But for the handbook, they're supposed to work Monday, they're supposed to don't fix that, you know? I got lots of things to do.
There's lots of cleanup to do in this thing.
Right.
So we can adopt the number of days and figure it out next meeting on what exact days. Now, whether it gets changed to Monday, goes to Tuesday, or it's a Monday through Friday schedule, I mean, that's whenever we do this.
the holidays, and then it doesn't matter what day it falls on?
That's where we're headed towards.
Instead of this 11 days, just say July 4th, like they've been off, and Labor Day, just name the dates.
So 8 sounds good to me too.
You want
You
to do
said-
8 or 11? Because Cass just said there's 11 federal holidays next year.
Yeah, but most of those days are getting off anyway, because it's on a Monday at this time, and.
Some of those we don't observe.
Currently don't observe. 8's a good number.
All right, 8 sounds good.
Okay, we need to take a vote on this, or we just gonna finalize it at the next meeting?
I don't know, because
It says possible action, it doesn't say we have to take action.
make a motion to table this, knowing that we're going to do 8 days for the 23 holiday schedule, and set those exact days on 12/27.
Here a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Motion carries.
emailing you guys that list.
Thanks.
Okay. Item U. Discussion and possible action on selecting one council member to serve as president pro tempore for local government code section 22, period 037, TAC B, at each new governing body's first meeting or as soon as practicable. Governing body shall elect one alderman to serve as president pro tem for a term of 1 year.
We may have done this, but I don't remember it and couldn't find it in any of my minutes.
Do you have any knowledge of this? No.
Well, I think we don't call Jan pro tempore, but I think Jan is
Call her mayor pro tem.
the mayor pro tem.
Set-
So it's shortened in
Normally
the,
set them after the election.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Like AC and I were reelected this year,
Right.
so we should have chosen her again, or we should have done something at the next meeting.
And that's when it's normally done, right? After he's taken oath and he's sitting as his term, then you normally do your mayor pro tem, your newspaper.
I don't remember doing that, y'all.
well, I think she was mayor pro tem after the first of the year, but I wasn't elected to mayor until like March, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but each May or June actually, at our meeting, we should choose a new. It's a yearly thing.
And we do that, we've done that forever.
It's,
So is it the meeting minutes?
That's before my time. I don't know. And this is where that training will go into par, but what is the, I guess, what is the role that the pro tem is going to have? Just so that everybody, including myself, will understand.
It's a good question. They, by statute, are a backup to the mayor. So if the mayor is absent for a meeting, you need somebody to run the meeting, so that mayor pro tem would sit in that spot, okay? They would still serve in the capacity as a council member. They don't become the mayor for purposes of the non-voting and all that. They still get to be a council member, but they would run the proceedings. Some cities have even a second one. They have by charter, they have another one, but for state statute, for us, we only have two. So it'd be the mayor and the mayor pro tem. Mayor pro tem also can act in situations of emergency where the mayor is unable to act or is out of state or something like that. On a cruise and not available by phone, the mayor pro tem then can declare emergencies. They can seek emergency meetings and those kind of things. So their role is really just to be a placeholder for if the mayor is unable to act.
Okay.
And they serve in that role based off of council appointment, but they also are a holdover in that role if the mayor left the position or the mayor resigned or something.
And how often is this supposed to take place?
It's an annual thing.
Annual.
It's supposed to be done on an annual. And if the council hasn't voted on that, that person before becomes a holdover and they just remain until council changes the mind. You guys are not prohibited from voting outside of June. You can do it anytime.
Okay.
And it's a council.
Okay.
yeah, I don't recall that coming up after I took office. So,
I know it hadn't since I've been sitting here.
so
Well,
it would have been like,
Jan's talking about the years and years that she's been on the council. I think this year, I think that we had a transition to a new city secretary, and I don't know if it happened. I don't remember it. I don't recall. And that transition happened also where we had one of our council members, I think Councilman Pappas, you had not been sworn in, I think you were away. And typically, we don't make a decision on mayor pro tem unless we have a full body. Like if we had two vacancies, or if we had somebody, and he hadn't been sworn in, and he hadn't taken an oath of office, he was not available. And so I think out of abundance of caution, we delayed it, but then we never put it in.
Gotcha.
But again,
Just more
Jan,
cleanup.
the law says that she's a holdover, she stays in that role until there's a change, and you guys can put that on the agenda, and you can actually, is it on your, no, you can
It is.
do it right now. And it's a system too set up where nominations have to come forward. It's an appointment of the council. So nominations will be made, and then once all nominations have been made, then they would vote on the first one, and then they vote on the second one. And until you reach somebody that actually gets a majority vote, that person is fit. It's a lot to say about something that really is kind of small. There are some cities where the mayor pro tem is a huge, heated political thing, and they fight over it for weeks. We've never had that issue. Council's always just voted for somebody.
I mean, is this something that you would like to be? Is this why you, I mean, would you like,
I put it on there just because cleanup needs to be done.
okay. So.
Yeah, maybe we need to,
I mean, are we okay with continuing with Jan, or do we want to nominate somebody else?
No.
two questions. I think that it says at each new governing body's first meeting or as soon as practicable. And I think it's something we generally do after the election of members. But I think we had a special election or something, and so I didn't become mayor until later on, and I don't, anyway.
No, we got reelected this year. We ran unopposed. She was a special election prior to that. Her term
A special election
ends
prior to it, okay.
in May.
Okay, so we didn't do that this year then.
No.
I think that's what Cass had just said.
So I don't know if that's good enough to tell us when we need to do it. Should we do it in January? Should we do it in March?
As I said, the council has the ability to do it at any time. Any appointment that's made by council, if it doesn't happen timely, I mean, it doesn't happen after the new body has come together, the person in that role would be a holdover. They would remain in that job until and if the council made a decision. You could allow for her to stay as a holdover, or you guys could actually vote and nominate somebody and appoint somebody. There is no prohibition, thing that says you can't nominate somebody during another part of the year. A good example of that would be if that mayor pro tem did not want the job anymore, or if that mayor pro tem decided that they were leaving the council, things like that. The council would obviously not have to wait until the next election happened. They'd be able to nominate and appoint a mayor pro tem at any time. So there's no prohibition.
I mean, we are making changes, so I guess with that being said, I guess I would like to nominate Michael Bappenfuss for pro tem.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Opposed? I abstain. It doesn't make any difference to me.
Is she allowed to vote? Just out of curiosity, if Michael's not allowed to vote, is she?
Michael is allowed to vote.
No, earlier.
You can vote for yourself for pro tem.
Can you?
Yes.
Oh,
You vote for
Yeah,
yourself?
you don't have to abstain just because you're the person that's the subject of the motion.
okay.
Just like at the election,
No.
when you go to vote for yourself at the polls,
Can someone
you can vote for
I
yourself.
abstain.
So were there any other nominations?
Can someone be
Oh, was it?
nominated
Oh,
for an
okay.
investigation?
Did you vote for yourself?
There were no other we're nominating somebody to do this. So if there's no other nominations, it's,
Okay, the vote was already taken.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir.
So we didn't need to
So what
vote.
are we doing?
Can someone be nominated under investigation?
There are no procedures in place by the city council for those type of situations. We don't have anything that would require.
Michael Pappenfuss is now pro tem.
Yeah, so where do we,
It was motion, seconded, voted upon,
Cass,
and he won.
so where do we stand? Like, where do we stand? Is it past?
Carried. There was,
Okay.
I saw 3 votes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I saw. Am I wrong?
So item is in Victor.
I'm sorry, what?
Item V as in Victor.
Well, let's be sure here. Somebody just said that somebody abstained. Who abstained?
AC said he did, but he doesn't vote
I abstained
anyway.
because I didn't see, but I thought it was 2 and 2.
Oh, you thought it was 2 and 2.
I didn't know that Michael voted.
So there,
I
there
didn't see his
was
hand.
no other nomination. If only,
Did you vote?
no.
Oh, so you did abstain.
If there's no other nomination, then why are,
Okay, I'm sorry, but if there was a 2-2, that's not a majority. That doesn't get.
okay,
But
let's
he didn't-
re-vote.
Okay,
Mayor, if he says that he just said that he abstained, that means that he didn't vote, then it wouldn't carry. There's only 2-2.
I think there was a
I don't-
miscommunication.
I was under the impression since it was me.
I think the
that-
smart thing to do is to do the vote again.
okay.
There's one nomination, right? There was a
Michael.
nomination made.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Michael, you're now the mayor pro tem. Okay. Now, we're doing V, or did you want to go to W? You said something about skipping something earlier.
No, we just moved an item further back. We moved item R after W. So
Oh,
we need to
okay.
do V.
So V, discussion, possible action on benefit changes to the Texas Municipal Retirement System to change from a city match of 1-to-1 at 6% to a city match of 2-to-1 at 7%. And update the City of Godley Employee Handbook to reflect these changes.
In this current budget, did the employees get a raise?
Some did.
This amounts to an 8.
Do it.
Request, the actuarial's going to be from TMRS.
It's on the website, but I couldn't, like, whoever does our TMRS stuff would have to log in and change those numbers to see how much it would cost us and whatnot. I don't have access to that.
What is the basis of the change? I'm just trying to figure out, because if the handbook says 1-to-1 ratio, what is the basis of changing that?
So Godley does 6% at 1-to-1. I did the area around us, excluding the larger cities. Venus does 7% at 2-to-1. Rio Vista does 7% at 1-to-1. Joshua does 7% at 2-to-1. Grandview does 7% at 2-to-1. Alvarado does 7% at 2-to-1. Every single city in our area is listed, and you can, like, for contributing members for Godley, there's 17. And as of this population count, there was 1,010 people. Venus, which is 7% at 2-to-1, has 37 contributing members. There's 3,020 on the population. Rio Vista, 7% at 1-to-1, there's 10 members. There's 686 on the population. Joshua, 7% 2-to-1, there's 54 members. The population's 5,986. Grandview, 7, 2-to-1, 18 members, 1,560 on the population. Alvarado, 7% 2-to-1, 68 members, $4,289. So it just ranges. We are going to be hiring a lot more people over the next few years, and retirement's one of the big issues for most jobs now.
Now, if they are currently at this rate, does that mean that they're going to be grandfathered in at that rate, and then any new members coming in will come at the new rate? Or are we going to counteract it to all employees?
So it would be for all employees, if I read the TMRS website correctly, and it wouldn't be retroactive, it'd be from now forward.
Okay.
That's how much it costs. I guess you want to see the chart.
I would have provided how much everything would cost us at what percentage, but I don't have access to that.
So right now,
Does
it's
anybody?
1% at 1%, match $1 at 6 for every, it's
Yeah.
1 for 1 for 6%. What it is now.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
So I would entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we leave it as it is.
As it is at the 1-to-1 at 6? Is that
Yep.
what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to leave it where it is. All in favor? Opposed? It looks like we're going to leave it where it is. Okay. Now we're down to discussion and possible action on paying for city council members to attend training to learn about their governance roles and city government through a variety of educational opportunities. And we had some discussion on this earlier, but I don't think we took any action, did we?
No, I believe that the prior was to table it until the 27th, but again, we didn't have an action. So that's just kind of
So
where
we
I
still
think
want to go
we're
to
at.
the 27th on that?
Michael, do you?
That works for me.
Okay.
Okay. And
And now we're back to item R.
yeah.
Unless y'all want to save the next 3 items for later and get through all of y'all's agenda items, because those are my last 3.
Well, I think item R is going to have to, David, is item R going to have to be an executive session?
That'd be a cast question.
What is it for?
Review and discuss the materials presented to the city council by Chief Jordan prior to the November 1st, 2022 council meeting.
Okay, I didn't have those materials to give to you guys. What are they?
That was the blue folder.
Yeah, that,
The blue folder, in this blue folder.
Yeah.
I don't have a copy of that. Within that folder, is it a discussion of a lawsuit that's been filed against the city?
Nope, I don't think so.
All right. Is in that folder a discussion of terminating an employee?
Depends on how you look at it.
Is there anything in that folder that is for a discussion to purchase land or to negotiate a contract? No?
Not that I recall.
There may be a couple of questions about termination, but we can definitely not go there till we can go through what we can, with everybody seeing it. And if there is something we step on, I would appreciate you saying you can't talk about that here.
Well, if it is about any current city employee that's employed by the city, they have due process rights to know that they're going to be discussed, especially in open session, right? They have a right to know that their employment is under concern. There'd be a written complaint that would need to be filed against them for that, right? Depending on what you think, you were just insinuating that there was something in there about our current employees, right?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing to say too is if it's about a former employee, namely if it's something about Jordan that's in there, we have an agreement that the council voted on that has a non-disparagement on there, so you guys should not in open session talk about negatively or say anything that would be negative in any sense, true or not, about Jordan, because that would be a strict violation of that.
Okay, so executive session it is.
All right, so you're saying that there is stuff in it that would fall under that exception?
I believe so.
Okay. Then we should go into executive session.
And we invite Jason Jordan into our executive session.
The council, by a vote, can decide for any person to be in there for purposes of discussing with them.
Now, do we need to vote for that in open session or executive
That's a
session?
very good question. Yes, if you go back there and you guys decide, hey, we want to bring in somebody, a witness or an employee or something like that, you guys can ask for that person to come in, but you have to have an agreement of
Okay. 100%? 100% have to agree?
No, it would be majority as always.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to,
Well, I don't know if all this stuff needs to be, there's certain things I don't think need to, we're not actually talking about either one of them. I have some questions that are just general questions, not about Jason, not about any particular person. One of my questions, just as an example, would be what is the TLETS? Which employees need this certification? Which employees are current? Which employees are not? Who should be? Who has the, that type of stuff. I'm not asking about any specific person, but in this folder, there were certain questions that came up that don't pertain to the law, to his employment, don't pertain to anybody. It's just a general question that may be covered in this handbook that we've been discussing, but.
Well, I don't think TLETS is. TLETS is a statewide entity that controls criminal record histories, and they are the ones that make sure that people's criminal record histories don't get shared publicly, right? They teach and train people to be accessors of that information across the state, and they promote and require their rules be promulgated in terms of not sharing people's criminal record histories, that people don't search for people's criminal record histories for improper purposes. It has to be for a criminal justice purpose. And then they are essentially the ones that enforce if somebody has violated the rules for TLETS. There are different levels of access, meaning higher security versus lower. Dispatchers have a very high clearance because they have to access lots of criminal records. Police officers all have to have knowledge of all of those rules because they access TLETS daily and they're on the job. That's the database that they go find and see if people have warrants, to see if people have protective orders against them, warrants in terms of bond amounts, all that stuff's in TLETS. And it also, TLETS interfaces with NCIC, which is all of the national database, the FBI database, and so all their rules promulgate down to the state. And TLETS controls those rules to the best, too.
So do we have people in the city, in the city's employee who are certified in this?
It would be our police officers, I would think, right? You guys all have your TLETS. Which one do you guys have?
We have less than full access.
Okay.
Less than full?
We're not dispatchers, so they get the full access.
Okay.
Yeah, dispatchers get everything. They get access to dig deep. The officers get access to be able to run somebody in terms of their driver's license, to run somebody for that kind of thing. I don't know of any other employee that would have access.
Anybody in the court need that?
No. You think?
But I don't have access to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I have mobile access, but as a Texas judge, district judges, county court of law judges, and municipal judges, we all have to take it It's an evil class. It's like 8 hours. I had to do it in Grand Prairie this year. And it's the most boring, horrible class you've ever been to. It's
How often do you have to do this boring class?
once a year, and it is horrific. I can't even describe it to you. It's like paint drying, horrible. The only exciting is this year they have an Australian lady that teaches it. And the whole time she was talking, I actually paid attention because I thought she was going to start talking about kangaroos or crocodiles. You know, she was very interested, but it's a horrible class. And then they make you take a test, Roger, that's, they give you a binder this big, and you have to take a test that is like, you have to dig through the binder and find all the answers. It's just literally horrible. But TLS is a serious thing because they don't want people to have access, right, to people's criminal record histories. And to get a court where you're actually a TLS person to have it here, the requirements to get that would be just really difficult. We don't have one. We just access ours through Johnson County.
Do what now? To get, well, I didn't get, you access your T-list to Johnson County, but what did you say before that?
It takes a lot to get that access, to actually have an account with them, to be able to have the ability to enter stuff and to be able to change stuff in the system and all of that.
Okay.
But to your question, we do have employees that have to have that, and they do comply with that on a regular basis.
Okay. You're current? Stephanie, are you current? Are y'all current?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, a question came up through that. Do all departments get funded and supplies the same way? I don't remember exactly what that email was, but that's is everybody, I know earlier we talked about the member, certain people can buy stuff. The fire chief was on that. What is the police chief on that? Who can buy what he needs to buy?
Are you going off of your agenda item?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
He's saying that I haven't seen it, but inside the blue folder, he's saying that there was questions in that blue folder about how department heads spend their money, right?
Yep. Well, no, who can purchase them?
Are on the MM agenda line. So are we going to discuss them now, or are we going to go?
Well, that's, we all, the reason I'm doing this, because we have the same thing.
Because you were advocating to go into executive session, he said that there were things that didn't go into executive session and he wanted to discuss those, right? What?
We are on item R, he's discussing his item from the end. Are we
He is saying that that is inside the blue folder. You guys said that was the item, right?
Right, so
Right.
I didn't want to be redundant and have to do this twice. So I'm kind of like, do we go ahead and skip to your MM and go ahead and take care
Well,
of that?
I think they're the exact same thing.
We'll just write it in as when we get to end. We can-
Everything I wrote here came from the blue folder. That's why I'm using it.
Okay, I'm just trying to play that.
I understand. I understand. There's been several things redundant on tonight's issue. I don't mind going to executive session with Jason if but I mean, there's some of the stuff that that I didn't have anything to do with the employees or termination or anything else.
No, keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Now, to answer his question, that's a David question. I don't know how people, the
Well-
department heads, when they get their budget, I don't know how they spend it.
Earlier, David said there were X number of people. Chief was wanting the fire department, and David and Stephanie, and I don't remember who all. And my question on this, was the chief of police also able to purchase items as he needed to purchase? Or did he have to go through you?
Well, it depended on what the purchase was. Some of it he purchased on his own as he needed. Some of it he would come over and say, hey, I need to look at this thing, purchase this item. Do we have money to do it? Yes or no?
So why is that different compared from the PD to the FD? Is there something else in Jimmy's job description that he does that gives him purchasing power, or?
No, I don't think there is a difference. If the things that he would come and ask about were typically more expensive items, and the conversations that I always recall were overwhelmingly about, is the money available to do it, or to get it.
Well, I mean, like, Jimmy, Stephanie, and you were the purchasing agents. I think his question was, why isn't the chief of the PD a purchasing agent if the chief of the fire department's a purchasing agent?
Well, he did have a purchase card before, but since he's no longer here.
So the chief of police is a purchasing agent?
Yes.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you think we needed to go into executive session for some questions that you have?
Well, I want to let him finish his thing first. But yeah, I feel like some of these items I don't want to get sued for, so I want to go into executive.
There's a question in the blue folder about bills being paid, that the police department was having his bills not being paid, and he was getting duns from different people, different departments. Is there an issue with that, or everybody being paid on time? Are we getting people not being paid
No, everybody gets paid.
on time?
Probably 99% are paid on time. To say that one is paid late, sort of ignores why the bill was paid late. I can think of one vendor in particular that the police department used quite often, and we use them because they're one of the few that does that kind of work. It's our uniforms and things like that. They were notorious about their billing practices. They wouldn't bill on time. They would bill way after something was received. There were a variety of issues where we would constantly go back and have to follow up with them to see what the invoice was for, if we received the item, if it was ready to be paid, et cetera. So yeah, there were some of those invoices that were paid late, and it's because we're waiting on documentation from them to essentially prove up their invoice.
Okay. There was a thing about text not being saved, and I would believe that any text and emails that we have in the city going on to keep from having lawsuits or whatever, every phone conversations need to be logged. Are we doing that? Are we losing text? There's some kind of program that deletes text automatically. Is anybody in the city using that a program of that nature?
The reference, I believe that goes to is the use of Google Chat.
I don't know. I don't remember the name of it.
The only thing we use it for is, for example, if somebody's on the phone, you can send them a message, say, hey, are you free? Do you have time to talk for a minute? Every user can save the messages on their side.
Do you guys have some sort of billing software with a text to another person capability?
Billing software?
Yeah, do you have some sort of like billing software, an invoice software?
We use Encode, yes.
Do you have capabilities to send messages to somebody through there?
No.
You don't? Okay.
We have to follow up with the vendor, it's a phone call,
Um,
email or something.
I think she meant internally.
Yeah, internally, like to another city employee. You do not?
No,
Okay.
we have to walk
So
them
do
through
we
that.
have somebody, we have an internet provider and we also have an IT person, correct? And then we also have a website and an administrator. Is that where we're at with that, or?
Well, that's mostly true. It all basically is back on me.
Okay, and so if we have that third party that's keeping track of all of our information as far as data tracking, I guess you would say it would be, do we have access to pull those records as far as communications between other employees via email, text, any of that sort of communication?
For email, yes. Yeah, the others, the ones on the Google Chat are just, there's no administrative value. It's like, hey, are you available?
Do you have to have email addresses for that Google Chat?
I don't think so.
No, it's part of just the Google, with the suite.
Google Suite?
Yeah,
So how do you guys log in then?
it's just in our email.
So it is an email.
Well, no, it's
Yes.
a chat
Yeah.
function within.
For Google, they provide all these different things in there, and your email attached to it, they just changed it yesterday, but it is on the left side, and you chat through that.
Okay.
City of Mansfield, we use Google too, and it's really helpful and functional, but it's just an instant messenger that you chat with people.
Okay, and that does not save the communications.
No.
Then why do we use it?
It saves a history, like when you can go back up in your stuff a bit, like I'll pull mine up right now for Mansfield.
So is it like Snapchat or is it like sending a text message?
It's like sending like a,
Do you have a Gmail? If you have a Gmail, you have the same.
yeah, you have the same thing.
But are you guys all using your city emails? Or are you using a personal email?
Yeah, it's called Google Workspace, and with Google Workspace, you have that chat function. Let me go look at my chat. I don't know if I've ever chatted.
Well, I'm not sure that I am comfortable with the software that deletes any and everything that's said after a certain amount of days with its city business being done on it. So is there any other software that we can use? Because I don't feel like that's something justified. If one of these guys come and want to pull public records, they're not going to be because it's all been deleted. We shouldn't be deleting anything.
Yeah, if the city kept every record from this entirety of time, there's retention schedules that the state actually promulgates that after a certain time, like our court records, for instance. Our court's been in existence for over 80 years. And if we kept every single court shut over that time, those stuff gets destroyed regularly. I do agree with you that it needs to be a longer period of time. I didn't know that the chats go away. I haven't noticed that they've ever done that. So I don't even know that that's even a premise to discuss.
But you did say it was a new software, correct?
No, they just changed it this week, where it used to be on the right side and it was a part of the email. Now it goes to a totally different screen.
Okay.
I was just saying that it just changed this week to a new format, which I
Okay.
actually like better than we've done it now. But I don't think it's being that.
Okay, so where do you pull the data from past conversations?
You would go to the conversation history. Like if I was messaging you, I would just go to you and I would click on you as a user, and then our chat window would pop up, and our last chat would be there in all our other chats. That makes sense?
Yeah.
And you do it by user, and you can also make groups. Like for instance, you could select 3 members of the staff, and we could all be on a group chat, and the same story would happen there. It would keep all of our messages.
So essentially like Teams.
It's exactly like Teams. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Microsoft Teams does the same exact thing, and if you know Teams, you understand it does the same thing. It keeps those little messages.
Correct. But we have to keep those messages in our archives for X amount of time frame.
I would have to check with Google Workspace, but I think they keep them. I think they're there.
No, well, individual people can delete them.
Right, individuals could delete them. She's correct. Yeah.
But we
I
shouldn't be
don't- I don't
deleting
delete-
any
I don't delete
conversations
them.
like that.
The conversation, I mean, I keep them there because, like, there's nothing on those chats. it's-
Correct, so then why are we deleting them?
No, but that's it. You're basing on the premise that we're deleting them. We're not.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I
that people-
what I use it for is I will send Stephanie a list of the people that called for her over the weekend when I check the messages on Tuesday. Like, that's the type of stuff that we use it for. Or
Okay.
like David said, you know, so-and-so is in the crime, you know, to meet with you or whatever. You know, it's more of that. It's not like we're discussing any type of city business
But you
on
could.
the level that you're, I guess, expecting.
Okay.
It's not.
Now, if your question is, how can we retain that stuff and have a policy for doing that? We've needed that for a very long time.
Yes, that's where I'm going.
For instance, people don't know this, but every council member, your personal cell phone is a public record. Every text message you have sent over the last month is a public record. If somebody filed an open records right now and said, hey, Cass, I'd like to get every single one of Jennifer's, text messages from last month, what would I do to get those?
Well, number one, don't be offended whenever you read them, so.
No, but what I'm saying is, what would I do to get those? I wouldn't have those, right? The city staff would reach out to you and say, hey, anything that's city business, can you please give us those text messages? Because we had a request for it, then we would go through those and of course make sure it's city business, and if it is, then we would release those. But I wouldn't have those. We don't have a policy for me to have access to that.
Okay, so,
Some cities, the way they fix that is they don't let council members have personal phones and text. They give them a cell phone in the city, or they give them an iPad that has a associated Apple account, things like that. But right now, we don't have a policy for that, nor do we have an access point where I could go look at all that stuff. Other cities have it where everything's online, it redundantly backs up online into a server, and then you can go search for stuff by word, and you can go search for emails, it saves everything. We
So,
don't have that technological capacity.
if we wanted to implement something to that effect, what would we need to research as far as that goes?
We use one of their systems, it's a software system.
And
The
then,
cities that use it, I know like universities use it too, it's a really good program, I don't know the name of it, but essentially everything redundantly backs up. Like if you send an email, it would automatically save that to them.
okay, that's what we need.
And then for instance, if somebody put an open records request in and said, I'd like all emails from this date to this date from these two people with their names, you could easily go do a Boolean search with those people's names and restrict it by date, and then it would give you all the emails, which is fantastic.
Right.
Like the city of Dallas has it, because they imagine how big the city of Dallas is in terms of their records. And I actually did an open records request recently, and it was fascinating how quickly they got back to it.
Can you send me that information?
Absolutely. But more than that, Councilman Thompson, it's policy driven, like I said earlier.
Right.
We need to have a policy for how that's all collected and how we can retain that stuff for easy access and finding.
Now,
But
do,
right now, those chats are there if you wanted them.
okay, do we have a retention policy in place right now?
Please take that question. For all of our records.
Yeah, a record retention, like a schedule as far as we have emails, we keep them for this long and then they're ready for destructions. We have personnel, that there are internal laws where, I guess, would that be the council that votes that or who votes that?
I think right now we're just adopting the state standard.
Okay, state
And I
standards.
think our court is doing the same. I think our court is doing exactly the same as state retention standard.
So,
And like I said, we don't keep everything forever. That's
right,
people, that's a fallacy. That's not a thing. We don't keep things forever.
City of Fort Worth does.
I don't know.
I'm doing it now, so I know. So as far as record retention, have you done anything in that aspect?
No, I mean, I keep everything that I've acquired thus far.
Okay.
But I haven't reached a point where I would be destroying anything. I don't really even have anything to destroy at this point, besides some minutes and stuff like that, but, yeah.
Do we back everything up to a server?
I'm assuming it's backed up. I have an electronic copy of almost everything that I've done.
But if that electronic copy gets destroyed, where's our backup?
I keep the original.
So if the original gets destroyed, where's our backup?
Are we backed up to the server?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
How often do we back it up?
I'm not sure, I don't do that part.
Daily? Do you have like a time where it automatically goes, or do you guys go in and manually do it?
No, it's automatic.
Okay.
Okay, I understand keeping text and emails may be a problem, but do we do daily journals? I have to keep a daily journal of every day I work. And it tells you, well, who was on my job, what happened that day, if there's an incident, it goes into it, and Procore saves it forever. Do we do that? I mean, I don't understand, you may not be able, I can't keep all my texts and emails because my phone will go, it quits working. But we need to know what our heads of departments are doing every day, I would think. Again, that would be something we need to talk about at another meeting, but we need to do that. So there's some kind of accountability. Hey, on this date, you told me this. I didn't tell you that. Do you open your journal and go to that date? Oh, that date happens to be missing. Or yes, here it is on that date. I did not talk to you that date. And I've always been, several people I know, other superintendents, have gone to court with their journal. And that's the same thing, that's proof of whatever they said they did. Do we do that with anybody here?
I think that kind of goes back to the personnel issues earlier when anybody has an infraction and somebody's talked to or there had been some sort of situation and then it's documented, but he already stated that we're not doing that at this time.
If somebody says, this happened to me, we can't prove it, or if someone says, well, you did this, we can't prove it. Okay. Do we have enough, well, you don't have enough police officers. We're got out looking for 4 right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And how many have you lost in the last 2 months?
No.
None? So 2 months ago, we were 4 men below. 4 positions low.
Well, the add 4, the new budget.
They added 4 in the new budget. So we have the same rate as we had before? Before the budget?
We've also achieved, so.
Well, I understand.
We'll have the same rate, but yeah, we're at the same rate.
How does our police force fare with other cities our size? Do we know anything about that?
I do not. I can look that up.
If you would, I'd appreciate it. Dun, 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 dun. Handbook we talked about. Going over to the process we just got through with the chief resignation. How many people in city council, David, whatever, when did this start that this happened? Because we get it in our packet, and we've already had several discussions on it. Or there have been several discussions on what is on meetings, either with Chief Jordan or with AC, his comments that he had made at the last meeting. When is our schedule to inform the full city council, hey, we have an issue coming here, a possible problem? How are we, how the rest of us informed of that? Because until I came to the meeting, I didn't know anything about this. But other people did. And so how do all of us get informed when something like this happens? When there's an issue and you see something happen, you and AC think we gotta have it, here's an issue, what do we do?
Well, I think every incident could be potentially unique. But if I recall, after the initial conversation, then it was put up for council discussion, put on the agenda.
Well, I remember here, and I didn't even learn about it, but it was brought to that's the one that showed me on Facebook, this website's going down, and that was 2 or 3, I can't tell you exactly how many days or weeks, but it was a time period between I saw this on an email to where I actually learned what was actually going on from city council. I mean, here, so again, if this has started, as soon as something like this starts, important things, I would like to see all of us on the city council being notified, hey, this is coming up. You have questions, send me an email, talk to me, give me a note, tell me something. But I understand that if we ask for that information, we cannot be out there sharing that information because it's, it's just like the same thing as a meeting. But we need to be informed when something like this happens. So we can have if we have questions, we can put those questions out.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that because we were a little bit blindsided. We didn't have time to do our research. So, I mean, we had to throw out a vote at the flash of a light, and not everyone understood what the heck was going on. So I don't feel like that was fair to us or us as a community in that aspect. I mean, I'm gonna have to agree with that. So what is your policy as far as, let's just say something of this multitude comes in and somebody was put on administrative leave. So what is the process from there?
If it's a council decision for the purposes of council needs to take action.
Right.
I don't think there's a notification process besides sharing with you the information prior to the meeting. Some cities have procedures in place where council members go in the week before agenda items and they actually meet with city staff and they actually confer with them. And then they are made apprised of those issues. I don't think that there would be any objection to that. I think people would want that not to happen. Short of that, that would be the situation. I'd also stress to you that you just like we did tonight, have the ability to say, I need more time. Council members always have that functional ability to say, you know, I think we need to have more thought into this, we need to take a break, and we need to come back next month or call a special call meeting, things like that.
But at times, it almost feels like we're being a little bit more pressured to make the vote right then and there.
I'm stressing to you now, you always have that ability to say, no, I need more time.
But that should have been stressed in that meeting particularly, when we were addressing someone's personal life. I mean, that was a big decision to be made, so that should have been stressed more at that time.
Okay, well, I apologize, but it's something that you guys have done before. I've witnessed you guys table things before, and so I didn't know that was something that was not known. Does that make sense?
Not really.
I think what Roger's promoting is that he's saying that he wants to know about things before the agenda goes up, right?
Yes.
And particularly things of import, things that are very important, right?
Yes.
So maybe implementing in your procedures and policies that if there's a major decision that's coming up that the council would not have awareness of, that they give you guys the opportunity to come in and meet with the staff and be made aware of the whole issue prior to the agenda going on. That's something you put in your procedures. And then staff would meet with you guys each individually. I know that I've seen 2 cities that do that where they have council members, not on big issues, but essentially all of them. They come in and meet and they get briefed on everything before the meeting. I know Casey does that. You come in and connect with the staff, and he always tries to know what's going on before the meeting. I don't think anyone would have an objection to you guys doing the same thing. And like I said, other cities do it that way. Of course, it would also, I think, be voluntary. If there were members that did not want to do that, they could choose not to.
And then writing up, like, for instance, contracts of such, is that something that is generally drafted by you and then edits made by us, or is that something that is drafted up by you and then that's what we vote on?
You mean the termination agreement?
Yes.
I didn't draft that.
Who did?
His attorney drafted it. She drafted it.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to draft a document and bring it to you guys if it was my work without conferring with the other attorney. And the attorney in this situation, she said she was going to draft it. She wanted certain language in there, and she sent over a draft. I negotiated some language changes, and then she finalized it.
So she finalized all of the stipulations as far as what is given and what is not.
Right. She emailed those to me. We had a phone conversation after. I called her on a few things I had questions about, and then she agreed with me. And she had used a template from a previous person, and it didn't apply. And so she said, Cass, I agree with you. She changed those items. And then she sent me a new version, and that final version is what got promulgated to you guys.
Okay, and that's normal protocol, correct?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, next, some of the stuff we may have to go into executive session because I don't want to mention names or do anything of that nature, but what exactly is a Brady list?
A Brady list is based off of a case, it's a Supreme Court case, that anybody that's accused of a crime has a right to know of any evidence against them that's exonerating, meaning that shows that they're not guilty. So that a prosecutor has a duty when they're going forward, if they know of something that would help the defense attorney, or help the defendant in their case, they are compelled by Brady to give that evidence to them. So for instance, under Texas law, it's codified as 3914 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and prosecutors have a duty. For instance, if they were prosecuting a murder case, and during the murder case it came out that the person, there was a picture of them at an ATM in a different state on the day and time of the murder, that would be exonerating evidence, right? It would show that they didn't do it, right? If they kept that evidence and didn't share it with the defense attorney, that's a violation of Brady. It's against the law for them to do that. They have to share all evidence that would hurt their case. Does that make sense? Police officers are usually the key person to provide testimony to a case, right? They're the ones that prove up cases generally through testimony. If a police officer is somebody that's not credible, meaning there's evidence that shows that they aren't credible. Case recently in Dallas, a Dallas police officer had stolen a whole bunch of drug money. He was about to testify in a case. The prosecutors had to share with the defense attorney that Brady information that that officer had stolen money cash, right? And that affects their credibility in terms of testifying in the murder case, right? And so there's a list that's kept in every prosecutor's office in Texas called a Brady list. And it's of any witness, it doesn't have to be a police officer, it could be any witness that has had a previous instance, like anything that would affect their credibility. A lot of them are use of force, like the officers use force, that they got in trouble at their employment because they used too much force, a taser incident, something like that. Sometimes it's theft, sometimes it's they find out the officer has domestic violence that later got dismissed, you know. Or DWIs are a big one. Officers that have been accused of DWIs, that person would be on the Brady list. The Brady list doesn't mean that the prosecutor won't use that witness as a testifying witness, but what it does mean is that the defense has a right to know about them, right? And if the state fails to show them that, then it's a problem. Now, if there's a Brady list issue that's a really big issue, for instance, the officer has been untruthful. Say that they swore under oath in a prior case or a prior trial and they lied on the stand, that officer may be precluded. Like the prosecutor's like, I'm not going to put them on the stand. I'm not going to do that. But by law, they have to share that information with the defense attorney. It's a long explanation, but that's what it is. It's all under 3914 of Code of Procedure. And Roger, it is not a favorable thing for you to be on the Brady list.
Well, at first it sounded like something, it was good, but
It's something that you want to avoid.
I understand, okay, good. That's what it sounded like as you kept going. There's a note about taking police cars or work vehicles for the city, not being able to get to them, being out of service. I'd like to discuss maybe at the next meeting, having our city vehicles, if they're not already, being serviced by local mechanics. There are 3 shops in the area now. One of them I highly recommend. I have heard, how are our vehicles being serviced? What's going on with that?
Depends on which one and what the issue is.
Or they just go, okay, I need a oil change, what do we do?
Which vehicles are we talking about? Like specifically which vendor do they go to?
Yes, I mean, how long does it take them? Do we take them someplace, let them sit for a couple of days? Do we bring them back? Do we take them someplace to get the oil changed and bring them back that same day?
No, oil changes usually come around quickly.
Okay.
Usually all the oil changes go through whatever local Ford dealer. And we do that up until the point where the warranty runs out. That way we have a consistent record that's on file as to what maintenance has been done on the vehicle. If it's a fire truck, depending on the size of the fire truck, we have a big truck shop and we have a small truck shop that we use.
I don't know, I assume our vehicles are probably new, not going through a whole lot of major issues, but through a rod, what do we do then?
We have if you're talking about a police car?
Yeah, either one.
The shop we're using right now is in Granbury for that.
Does your father work on any of our city-owned vehicles?
Sometimes.
Does he have any insurance, or is he on our policy, or how does that work?
No,
Okay, does he have a contract with the city?
he's an independent contractor.
Okay, why are we sending him to him and not vendors that are on contract?
Well, it depends on what the issue is. Some of the stuff that, if it's small stuff, he can just fix here on site and be done with it. If it's bigger stuff, it's gonna take longer, then he does get carved out. And the city's been doing that since the 1970s.
But times have changed, and, I mean, the way that things are functioning now is not the same that it was in the 70s. So, I mean, I'd like to see our stuff going to reputable vendors instead of your father. I mean, he made a good point. We have, what is it called? Reverse turn, I think it is. And then there's another one that's right here on Main Street or 171 that just opened up. I mean, if we can utilize those guys, that would be great. And give them back to our community, same way.
We need to bring that up at our next meeting.
But I mean, technically, if they are working on our vehicles, they need to be insured, because if anything happens while they're working on those vehicles, then guess who's liable for that, or liable for that? We don't need a lawsuit, that's for sure.
Going back, yeah, I'd like to, if it's in warranty, definitely needs to go to whatever shop, to whatever dealership we bought it from. But after that, I'd like to use local people whenever possible. And I don't mind getting them in there and giving us some kind of yearly contract. I know some people do that. This much for an oil change, this much for a flat tire, this much for whatever. On the Brady law, on the Brady bill, I'm sorry, whatever that Brady list. Yes, there's 3 of those. I've heard Brady law, Brady, okay. Do we have anybody on that list and that we had on, working for the city at this time?
I don't know.
Okay. And there was one other question that came up that I have. I'm not sure who, a city employee's relative being involved in an ongoing case. There is to be a more impartial outside source to investigate. I don't know how long this has been going on, but has this happened? If not, why? How long has it been going on? Is there a case going on with the city employee's relative? I assume it was in the police department.
I don't have knowledge.
We wouldn't know if we had an officer on the Brady list.
Yeah, who would know that?
Our police chief or acting police chief.
Is the acting one now?
You know of anybody?
Would that be
I
a
don't
part of
need
the
names,
open
you know that,
records?
but-
There is one, yeah, I've already talked about DA's
Would that be a
office.
part of the
They're
open
okay with
records? If somebody was on the Brady list on the force?
No,
It's
that's
not.
something that would be internal to the department.
Okay,
Every
I think
police
you said that
department-
earlier,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
Long night.
Perfectly acceptable.
Did he say we had one?
We had one, yes. But the police, he said he had one and the DA doesn't have a problem with it.
And as I said before, the district attorney's office in the county where that officer would serve would make decisions about whether they would want that person to testify or not. The Brady list is designed to give notice to the defense attorney that it's happened. It's required by law. The reason they maintain that list is so that when they get a case and that officer's involved, they notify that defense attorney. It does not mean that they're not going to prosecute that case. Does that make sense? And it depends on, it really, really honestly depends on what the issue is, right? You get Brady notices sometimes for innocuous stuff, like used to be a firefighter and on a fire, hit one of the other firefighters. But that was 10 years ago, right? And so they still notify you of it, but that police officer still, can testify on a DWI drug, right? And so that Brady list, again, is a notice provision. It doesn't mean that the officer is not able to testify on the case.
Okay.
It's just that it's a duty of the district attorney to share that data, that information with the defendant.
So I did a lot of research on this, just because it interested me whenever I found it out after last meeting. There's articles that state every officer will be on a Brady list in 5 years in their career. There's so many different ways you can get on there. Like if I said, you lied last meeting, well, they might put you on the Brady list. I mean, there's so many ways you can get on it, and they take a case-by-case basis. Now, are there bad people on it? Yeah. Are there good people on it? Yeah. So, I think like Cass was trying to explain, like, you can do something minor and still be on it, or you can do something major and still be on it. But that's where you need to know why a Brady list was put on them.
You know, Officer Crane, is there an ongoing case of an employee's relative being involved in an ongoing case?
There's no ongoing case. It involves a juvenile, so I'll not discuss it.
Okay, but there's nothing going on right now?
There's nothing ongoing.
Was there in the last 2 or 3 months?
Yes, ma'am, and it was referred to the DA's office.
Okay. All my stuff has to go back there, so, I mean, when you guys are ready.
I just didn't go back there.
Okay.
I just, that stuff didn't really need to be back there, and people need, and it's transparent to have everybody hear what we're saying.
Quick question. Do we have to come back, before we go to each agenda? Okay, so we might be there for a minute.
We can be there for a minute.
Okay.
You're using the flow bill for a minute, meaning.
Right.
What items are you taking into executive session?
A lot of them.
I don't think you can tell them that.
Yeah, there's been no motion. And y'all have
We're
to
going
set what
into
you're going back
executive
there for.
session.
Oh,
Yeah, we're not really sure what exactly you're taking back there, because I know there was something later on that I wanted myself to address on this issue. Like, not this one, but like this, in one of the bullet points. Later on, you know, we're going to it's X.
Do we need to vote on going back there?
Yes. Correct, and I need to discuss that, or y'all gonna keep
Do we
all
need to
of
vote
that
on going into executive session now?
In state 30.
Yes.
We definitely need some training.
No, but I don't
And you're supposed to invite Jason Jordan too, I think?
We have to do that if we go in, when we go to it.
I'm speaking to the gentleman who spoke right.
Yes.
But I don't know how to go about getting on there, but when there's an issue that's brought up, and I'm told, hey, you need to address this at the council meeting, I'm here as council.
Okay. And you probably got here after the meeting.
At right at 5 o'clock, I got here.
Oh, okay. So there was a sign up sheet for all that wanted to speak. And that's when you're.
I think she's asking if she's.
I'm asking about something later.
Do I have a motion
On this thing, and that's what
to
I'm
go
asking
to
is,
executive session?
like, one of
In
the
a second.
bullet points. That's what I'm trying to find
What
out.
are we going on for?
All in favor?
What do we do? I'm in favor for executive session, but we need to tell them what for.
I got 4 votes here for.
well, yeah, but you have to list why we're going
Tell
into
them why.
executive
But
session.
what are we going to?
Whether it's real estate or personnel matters
To
or,
discuss personnel matters.
Do we have to
I think
list?
what you said earlier was you said that there was employee matters, right?
Right.
Yes. Okay. I think that's what you said earlier.
Okay, the motion carried.
Oh.
And then going back
What
forward.
items are you taking?
It said personal issues.
For what?
Why would they? If you stop talking, you don't hurt them.
For what?
Personnel issues.
Yes.
restroom? Will you let me back there to use the restroom?
Thank you.
But the thing is, here's the problem is I have my house. That's why I mean, today I saw Facebook post one that was like, my daughter got
assaulted multiple times, told him nothing, and I told him you touched him the same time, and he got straight punishment. And I just told him, I said, you know, he's not right here, I'm sorry, congratulations. I'm doing that, and that's like, we stand up for ourselves. I said that to her too, yeah, they said, well, I'm gonna tell her that he's going to swear, yeah, like, we stand up for ourselves. That's what I saw.
At school, my baby's
Yeah, you three said Thank you.
Trust drive. We ended up hitting that corner. Everybody said, oh, he's like, and then like the next 10 hours.
Oh, here. Country Orange, the cake.
She said, oh my God, lay back on the station, turn on, my gosh, she turned that air down, she said, just like her.
There's one person already.
Robert and I, he'd be sitting there and he's got his cup on his arm and I walk in there and I said, well, what is it? He goes, holy look at that. And then he goes in there and makes another cup of coffee. I said, we're drinking that coffee. He said, here, sit down, take your turn. And I'll take time to look at it. I said, look, it's hard to hear. Well, I always ask. Oh, is there not? I think it's always in my computer. I feel absolutely. I agree with you. I'm not saying it's. David stresses. Yeah. I And Patty's Wednesday, Thursday. Well, she only did it for. But he lives well. It looks like he lives well. I just thought that he did that last time. Well, it's just, it's
I think yours is Dr. Pepper, okay. You had a Coke, right? I did have a Coke. Yeah.
No, I have.
You have a beer in there?
I got a couple, you guys want one more? They want
What is popcorn with no salt?
And they have to do
They were advertising it.
Yeah.
And one officer said, oh, I can't do that, no, I would come in and say, okay, we'll have it.
So y'all were just giving out candy that you wanted the event. By the Chamber of Commerce.
And I was watching. And I was just.
Yes, she was one of the organizers of the event, so.
He goes,
Oh, yeah. I don't want to see that up in my face. No. I'm like, what
We're taking a recess right now to go to the bathroom and stretch our legs. Caffeine.
Greg brought some of those nuts things.
Yeah, so you just offer food.
He came over to steal your water and didn't have any water. Oh, that's.
Okay. All right, due to the fact that we have run extremely long tonight, we are going to adjourn. We're going to move the remainder of the items and add items and have another meeting next Monday to continue, which is allowed when it's this time of night. So I need at 5 o'clock Monday. So I need a motion second to adjourn.
I'll make the motion that we adjourn.
And I'll second.
All in favor? Motion carries. We stand adjourned.
We're having another meeting.
See you next week.
I wanted to do it tomorrow, because legally we don't have to post it.
All right, buddy.
Take care, bud. We'll get it posted on the website.
Is that yours?
I'm gonna forget about you.